Chapter 1120. Seeing Li Yi's behavior, everyone was nervous. What was that? It scared Dong Zhu like this. Li Yi didn't have time to care about others. He shook the sprayer hard and felt the wind direction again. There was no problem. Manually pressurized and pumped air into it. When the pressure was strenuous, he rubbed it forward. The golden eagle didn't run and continued to watch Li Yi vigilantly. 5 meters, 3 meters. Jie! The golden eagle cried. Then here it is. Li Yi took a deep breath, held his breath, stretched his arm forward, and pressed the place behind the sprayer. A stream of water rushed out. Li Yi quickly adjusted, twisted the front position, and turned the water into mist. The water had been sprayed on the golden eagle, and the golden eagle tried to move to the side. The mist appeared, and the golden eagle, Jie! Li Yi listened as if the other party asked him what he was doing. He wanted to reply that he was doing nothing. He didn't make a sound. The mist sprayed out, and the golden eagle moved again, then closed its eyes and fell down. Li Yi quickly threw down the sprayer, held his breath, ran over, picked up the golden eagle, and ran to the side. He untied the hair rope and tied the golden eagle's legs. He tried to press on the golden eagle's wings and chest a little, and a picture of the golden eagle's bones appeared in his mind. 2 sternum are short. I'll pull both sides for manual reduction. Oh my God! It's the first time I've done this. Is the data okay? Li Yi touched the 2 sternum depressions, but they didn't match. At this time, he needed to pull to both sides to make the bones match. There was no X-ray equipment, purely manual. He grabbed both sides of the golden eagle and put his thumbs under the short sternum. With a little effort, he lifted his thumbs and pushed the sternum up. When it was about time, he released it and touched it gently, closing it. I don't know if there are internal injuries. If there are no internal injuries, I'm a miracle doctor. Li Yi praised himself. Dong Zhu, do you need help? The villagers saw Li Yi pick up the golden eagle and shouted, Go back quickly and make a wooden cage, big enough to put a bar in the middle, and let the golden eagle stand on the ground. Li Yi shouted. A horse jumped out, carrying Li Yi's words. Li Yi took the golden eagle and got on the horse, careful on the road. The golden eagle did not wake up. He observed the breathing of the golden eagle. If it did not breathe after anesthesia, he would have to inject awakening medicine and intubate oxygen. Darling Li, is it a male or a female? Princess Yongmu looked at the golden eagle and wanted to raise it. It's male. Let's bring it back tomorrow and put it in a cage. You take the cage and fly to the farmstead. Li had to go back. He was worried about leaving the golden eagle in someone else's care. Then is it going to catch prey and bring it back to the female golden eagle? If we don't catch him, what about the female? Princess Yongmu was worried. Just now, she was worried about the golden eagle. If there is a little golden eagle, it can already fly. Don't worry about it. We can't find its nest. It can't fly. Li Yi calculated the time and thought that according to the current geographical location and weather, the golden eagle has a child and does not need the golden eagle to take care of it, unless it is bullied by other raptors in the air. But what can he do? He can't help. Can he use an anti-aircraft machine gun to shoot other raptors? Take the golden eagle back. The cage has been temporarily made, tied with wood. There is no mortise and tenon and nails at all. Okay, make do with it. It will stay honest. Li Yi said and injected the golden eagle with a little awakening medicine, put it in the cage and untied the rope. Prepare a bowl of water. Kill a sheep. Drink mutton soup today. Leave the fresh meat for me to feed the golden eagle. Li Yi said to the villagers, who came up to see the fun. The villagers happily went to kill the sheep. Li Yi did not mention money. If he mentioned it, the villagers would be sad. Li Yi took out the money. Go and buy more seasonings. When I go back, you stay and cook. When I get to Zhuangzi, I will ask someone to send you a wind machine and 2 manual flour grinders. Guo took the money and sent someone to buy a lot of seasonings. Not long after, the golden eagle woke up, stood up and wanted to move its wings. As soon as it opened and closed, it found that it hurt. Before it was injured in hunting and fighting, it was vigilant to everything and waited for numbness. Now it calmed down and looked at the people around it. When the water was delivered, Li'i opened the simple door of the cage and handed it in. The golden eagle looked at it. Li'i put the bowl down. The golden eagle looked at it again and drank. "Li Lang, you don't look fierce." Princess Yongmu stared at the golden eagle's eyes and said, "It knows that we didn't hurt it. It also found that the injured place is better than before. The golden eagle is smart and knows who saved it." When Li'i checked the information, there were operations on the golden eagle, including foreign operations. The golden eagle was injured. When people treated it, they didn't hurt people at all. They didn't even use a cage. They put it in the house, and the golden eagle waited. After the operation, or splinted or something, the golden eagle would eat the meat. Methods, such as cooking the eagle, were not used. Over there, the sheep was killed. Someone sent half a fan of lamb chops, together with a lot of meat. Li'i cut off a piece with a knife, broke off a stick on the small door of the cage, folded it, and sent it over with chopsticks. The golden eagle looked at Li'i, grabbed the meat, and swallowed it into its stomach. Li'i cut again and gave the chopsticks to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu happily fed the golden eagle. The royal family had people who raised eagles and eagles, but she had never come into contact with them. She was a princess and didn't even know how to cook. Now she knows there are many masters in Zhuangzi. The golden eagle couldn't fly, so Li'i flew by himself, holding a telescope. He looked at the surrounding terrain, the mountains, and planned how to build. Some of the mountains have large pits, so the well water can be drilled and the wind can be used to pump the water out and flow into the pit. The pit can be made into a ditch with a gate, a wooden gate, or a stone gate. Once there is a shortage of water, the gate will be opened. In this way, the planting of the whole place will be no problem. When he flew back, Princess Yongmu was feeding the golden eagle with a piece of meat in her hand. The golden eagle can eat very much and knows not to hurt other people's hands. "Li Lang, do you think I'm good?" "I was afraid that it would bite me at first, so I tried to shorten the chopsticks, and it knew." Princess Yongmu pinched another piece of meat to the golden eagle. "Yes, it can help with hunting. If you raise sheep, the sheep pen doesn't need anyone to take care of it. Just let the golden eagle watch over it. The golden eagle is good at killing wolves." Li'i looked at the golden eagle, and the golden eagle looked at him. The golden eagle was most impressed by him. It was this person who made it fall down, and then it didn't hurt so much. It's so powerful. How could it be knocked down by a rabbit? Princess Yongmu was arguing. It shows that the rabbit is more powerful, not the golden eagle is weak. "Do you want to catch the rabbit and ask?" Li wanted to laugh. This golden eagle's idea was really bad. You can kill wolves, but you were kicked by a rabbit and your bones were broken. The golden eagle didn't understand. It only cared about eating. Its survival instinct told it that it must eat more meat to get better quickly. After drinking mutton soup at noon, Li'i told the villagers to help send the things back. The golden eagle was in a small cage. The aircraft took off. He held Princess Yongmu in his arms. Princess Yongmu put the cage on her chest. The golden eagle looked out through the gap of the cage with calm eyes. This height is a piece of cake for it. If it wasn't for the pain, it could also fly. Chapter 11:21. After flying for the first time, Princess Yongmu was used to it. She felt that if it wasn't for the golden eagle, she could stay for another day. In fact, Li'i didn't want to stay. He had thought about how to develop. He hurried back to make arrangements. If there was internet, he could hold meetings and give orders. If there wasn't, he could only go home early. If he wanted to play, he could change to another place next time. He could fly as he wished. The villagers of Xiachuan village watched Li'i fly away. Some people knelt on the ground. He could fly. They all said that this god or that senior monk could fly. They had never seen it and only heard it from others. Now they saw with their own eyes that Dongzhu flew to kill the wolf and then flew back to Zhuangzi. It wasn't a dream. The weapon was being packed into a box and sealed. It was going to be shipped back. Not only did the people watch Li Yi leave, but the dog also followed. It looked up at the sky. The Dog King was reluctant to leave. This was because Li Yi had left it another pack of dog food. What it had eaten before was only a small part of the pack. A bad dog would eat the child, but a good dog would rush to the place where the child fell and use it as a cushion when the child fell. The Dog King was not only stronger, but also smarter than the other dogs. It could understand many instructions from the villagers, such as bite him and go. I don't know when Dongzhu will come again. A young man in the village stood beside the girl and said, "Learn Pinyin well. When I reach Chang, and I will write you a letter." The girl said to the young man. They were childhood sweethearts, but they were both poor. In theory, the girl wouldn't marry the young man. The girl had an older brother. It was time for him to marry a wife. The money she got from marriage could be used to find a wife for her brother. Now it was different. The girl would follow the team that delivered the heavy machine gun to Li family Zhuangzi to learn accounting. Then she could become an auditor. As for whether she would still be willing to marry the young man after she learned the skills, it depended on whether she wanted to continue to be the supervisor of Li family Zhuangzi here. If she felt that the young men in the outside world were more outstanding and chose those people, she would not be able to do auditing here after she finished her studies or before she finished her studies. If a person couldn't withstand that kind of temptation, how could they withstand the endless flow of money? When the teacher is sent over, I will definitely study hard. The young man's gaze was firm. He had no desire for power in his heart. He just wanted to marry the eldest girl as his wife. He was very simple and honest. When he was young, he believed that as long as the two of them were together, all problems would not be a problem. They would work together. He would work, and the girl would stay at home to take care of the children. This was what Li Yi's primary school, middle school, high school, and university students thought. "Can you check on little Jean?" Li Yi, who was controlling the aircraft, slowed down and shouted to Princess Yongmu. It was too fast, and the wind was too strong, so he couldn't speak. Princess Yongmu looks at the golden eagle in the cage and nods. "It's okay. Continue to accelerate. I'm afraid that if the speed is too fast, it needs to adjust its breathing. Its sternum is not fully grown, so it needs to rest for a while." Li Yi was not worried about the golden eagle's altitude sickness. It used to fly high and fast. He was afraid of the golden eagle's physiological reaction after the altitude increased. He always controlled the altitude at 3,000 meters. He did not dare to go lower. If there was a problem, it would be too late to change the parachute. Fighter jets could parachute at low altitudes because there was ejection. The ejection process was an upward force. There was indeed no problem with the golden eagle. Whether it was speed or height, it was within the range of its daily life. It even turned sideways to avoid the wind and faced the wind head-on. Its chest hurt. At 2:00 in the morning, Li Yi flew over Zhuangzi. Li Longji looked up. "Why are you back?" "Stay for another night." "Did Yuan Shu make Xiaoyi unhappy?" He didn't care what the two of them did. It would be better if they had a child. What? Was it wrong to have a child before marriage? Which law said that? Were there not many royal princesses who secretly had children? The more things that could increase the population, the better. It didn't matter if you were married or not. Yuan Shu is holding a cage in her hand. There is a bird in the cage. Empress Wang looked with the binoculars, then squatted down and put the binoculars in front of the little girl. She helped to adjust it and asked, "Did you see your brother?" "I saw him." The little girl knew how to use the binoculars. Her mother didn't adjust it correctly just now, so she found the position herself. The aircraft slowly landed, and Tao Hong and the others immediately surrounded it. Li Yi brought Princess Yongmu to Li Longji. A golden eagle was kicked by a rabbit. The rabbit is fine, but the golden eagle's sternum is broken. I fixed it. In addition, I understand the local situation clearly and have made arrangements. I came back early. Did Jean or miss me? Li Yi finished talking to Li Longji and squatted down. The little girl came closer. A little, but I was too busy. Ha ha ha. Li Yi looked at the little girl's serious face and said that she was busy. He really couldn't help it. Busy playing, right? No problem. I brought back some dates for you. Here. Li Yi took out a handful of dates about the size of cherries from his pocket. The little girl stretched out her hands and closed them together to receive it. After receiving it, she turned around and ran back to Li Longji and Empress Wang. The two of them took one each. The little girl then gave it to Li Dan and noble consort Lu. Again, each of them took one. The little girl gave it to Li Tan. Li Tan took one and patted his brother's head. Take a few more. The little girl looked at the pile in her hands and said to her brother, One is enough. Li Tan said with a straight face. He didn't dare to laugh. The little girl thought for a moment and gave it to the palace maids and eunuchs. Again, one for each of them, but there were only two left in his hands. Li Yi gave him more, and it was still a lot. The little girl ran to Guizi. Guizi still knelt on one knee and took it with both hands. The little girl poured almost half of the dates in her hand to Guizi, but he didn't count them. You protect me. You eat more. Okay. Guizi looked at the little girl and nodded. I don't know if this golden eagle has a family. I can't see it. Increase liver feeding and it will recover by itself. There is no special medicine. Li Yi took the cage from Princess Yongmu, opened it, and released the injured golden eagle. The golden eagle didn't move when it came out. It was painful, and it didn't realize that someone was going to eat it. Li Longji squatted down. Bring fresh liver. He knew. He had raised it before. At this time, the cub quickly went to the kitchen to find the liver. How is the local situation? Li Longji didn't ask about the wolf. Li went out in person. The wolf was guaranteed to be gone. Not to mention the wolf, nothing would be gone. Push it this year and use more manpower. It will be fine next spring. The main thing is to plant things and make grass lattices. I've seen the local production and soil situation, and there is no problem. Animal husbandry is the mainstream, and the service industry is ancillary. The handicraft industry is not good, and there are few people. Li Yi also didn't mention the wolf and talked about the local economic development model. If he wanted, he could go to Qishir and catch Sulu alive. What was the wolf? Is your body okay? Li Longji asked Li Yi again. He meant to talk about the lifespan. Nothing happened at all. There's still a lot of bullets and weapons left. Come back and get some for yourself. The used bullets can be manually replaced. Li Yi didn't lie. The bullet shell was made of copper, the kind with a primer. After the shot, it was dented. In this case, water was poured in and then sealed with a cork to smash the concave place back. Then he mixed some medicine and put it in, released the made warhead, and fired another bullet. Chapter 11:22. The source of the Yellow River already belongs to the Tang dynasty. Li Longji mentioned the battle report he received this morning. Li Yi narrowed his eyes and frowned. Zhang Shaosong attacked, Guizhiyun and the others attacked. How many casualties did our army suffer? No. Li Longji was happy. Finally, there was something you couldn't guess. They ambushed and captured Zesikas? Li Yi thought of another situation. There was a person called Guan Lin. Li Longji didn't continue to ask Li Yi to guess. Instead, he told Li Yi the story like he was telling a story. As Li Yi listened, his expression kept changing. He felt that this kind of thing only existed in movies. Of course, sometimes reality was even more exaggerated than fiction. Zesika as a general was defeated by drugs. How much did he eat? Did he go crazy just for a bite? Guizhiyun and the others weren't greedy. While looking down on Zeisika's and praising Guan Lin's family in his heart, Li Yi was curious about the generals who took the initiative to give the credit to Guan Lin's family. Isn't the credit of taking the source of the Yellow River enough? If the credit is too big, how will the imperial court reward you? Li Longji analyzed from another angle. The winged knights were also there. Qin Li wouldn't lie, Empress Wang said. After that, it became more difficult to defend. The area was too big, so we could only build a city and station a large number of troops there. Li Yi began to consider the problems they would face next. There were no Tang dynasty citizens in the area. They were all soldiers. The Anshi army would return, and the winged knights would rotate. The 16 guards would rotate as well. The number of soldiers left at the end of the Yellow River was 130,000. The newly conquered area, including the original 9 Ben's land, was about 200,000 square kilometers. Thus, they couldn't build a great wall to defend. The best way was to find a few places and station troops there. Once Tubo entered from another direction, the nearest garrison would immediately send troops to attack Tubo. Tubo Master Bing, come in. I'll block you inside. You Tubo have more soldiers, and your rear is less. I will attack your rear. The cement factory in Longyu needs to expand and encourage businessmen to build factories. Li Longji and the others had obviously discussed this before. Their thoughts were the same as Li Yi's. Building a city required a large amount of cement. Otherwise, how many years would it take to build a city out of wood and stone? Cement production required a lot of manpower. However, sending the people who produced the cement to build the city was not as good as burning the cement. The cement would be burned at the back, and the transportation fee for the cement would be increased. The people would use stones to build the city, and the transportation fee for the food they ate would be even higher. When the liver was delivered, the golden eagle stood outside the cage and looked at everyone, mainly at Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. Li Longji cut a small piece of the liver with a knife, held it with chopsticks, and sent it to the golden eagle. The golden eagle turned its head and walked to Princess Yongmu. Li Longji handed the chopsticks to Princess Yongmu. You feed it. Princess Yongmu squatted down and handed it to the golden eagle. The golden eagle grabbed it and swallowed it. Li Longji continued to cut and let Princess Yongmu feed it. After it was caught, Wen Tian fed it. When it came back, Wen Tian held the cage. Li Yi explained the reason for the golden eagle's behavior. One of the raptors was close to the people it thought were good to it, and the other worshipped the strong. It was probably the first time that the golden eagle saw such a creature that could fly, and it could fly with it. Raise it. Li Longji looked at his daughter. When the injury is healed, it can fly if it wants to, in case it has a family. Princess Yongmu considered the golden eagle itself. She didn't know if this golden eagle had a wife and children to raise. Li Yi said that if it had a child, it should be able to leave the nest and learn to fly. It can fly, but can't hunt. It needs the golden eagle couple to feed it. It has a big appetite. The male was injured, leaving the female to hunt for the little golden eagle. It was very pitiful. They can only count on the local small animals, and the female can hunt easily. Feed it more, the bird bones grow fast. I'll take a look at it and see how the bones are connected. From its state, there should be no problem. Li Yi also hoped that the golden eagle would heal quickly. After the golden eagle refused to eat, Li Yi picked it up and went to the hospital. X-ray, no X-ray. The broken sternum was indeed connected and it never broke again. Okay, as long as you keep it well, you can fly again in 10 days to half a month. You heal quickly. The golden eagle stood there and didn't understand. It was taken out and put in a bigger cage with a basin and a wooden shelf close to the ground. It could stand on the ground if it wanted to, and step on the shelf if it wanted to, without flapping its wings. The cage door was open, and it could come out if it wanted to. The rest is to continue to transport baggage to the front. Ships and propeller boats have a weakness. They are afraid of being entangled by a lot of ropes and grass. Li Yi knew how to deal with ships. He put a lot of grass from upstream. The grass was connected and rushed down densely. Then he attacked with fire. Li Longji put his hands behind his back. How many people do you need to put grass on the Yellow River? Use a sheepskin raft to attack with fire and add a long pole on the boat. He didn't care. The Yellow River had a large flow and was wide. Tubo didn't have a wooden boat to attack with fire. The real trouble is coming. A large area of land belongs to the Tang dynasty. Defense, peace talks, logistics. In the political affairs hall, Bai Gu and the other two people were worried together. The land was occupied, but transportation was a big problem. Ordinary people couldn't withstand the altitude sickness. The manpower that could go was limited. After that, a lot of things were waiting, such as who to send to reinforce the rear and whether the local people could get enough money. How to deal with the relationship with Tubo. The land belonged to the Tang dynasty. Of course, peace was needed. Would Tubo agree? Li Yi mentioned that we should cooperate and give Tubo money. As the Minister of War, Su Yi could only think according to Li Yi's words. The great Tang's reply was written as such. The messenger team brought gifts to Princess Jincheng and the Tubos Prajnaparamita. A few glass mirrors, thermos bottles, kerosene lamps, kerosene, and 2 bicycles. War was war, but Princess Jincheng had to take care of her face. When Tubo handed over the letter of credence, he brought gifts. Song Jing held the tea without drinking. After this defeat, Tubo's tribes that have left their territory are close to the Tang army. They have lost their fighting spirit. Tubo will transfer troops from other places. Baggage will be in a difficult position. Maybe in winter, they can force the tribes that lack food to attack. More hot air balloons and firearms. Baigu couldn't think of any other way. He counted on the Li family Zhuangzi to help. The Wing Knights had already begun to help build things. What's the Tubo envoys doing in the Honglu temple? Baigu mentioned Bo, Zhu, and the others. The news was not blocked. The whole capital government knew. The people cheered. They donated money. The Tubo envoys were probably in a bad mood. Would they think about making trouble in Chang'an? They'll be fine once they get used to it, Su'er said with uncertainty. The Tibetan envoys had heard too much of the information that was sent to them, and they probably didn't think much of it anymore. How can they get used to it? Ask the people from the Honglu temple to come and ask them. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them catch fire or have any casualties. Baigu was afraid that Isinba and the others would do something desperate. Bo Zhu and the others were in a daze. They were preparing for dinner. They were all listless. Chapter 11:23. What else can we do now? After a long silence, Buqiao glanced around. Everyone lowered their heads. They couldn't help in the war. Their greater role was to contact the officials of the Tang dynasty, bribe them, and lobby them. In the process of collecting intelligence, they would find ways to bribe technicians and assassinate them if possible. Now that they couldn't assassinate them, the people outside would all help the Tang dynasty after they were caught. There were technologies, but they were all obtained from newspapers. They could buy a stack of them with 2 coins. They could read stories, history, literature, general knowledge, simple first aid methods, children's education, food production. Advertisements were meaningless. Only the people of the Tang dynasty liked to read them. They felt that reading advertisements could also increase their knowledge and practice their literacy. The technologies that could be bought with a little money were not valuable, but the weapons that couldn't be bought could not be obtained by other means. There are many people in the team that sent the letter of credence. Why don't we find an opportunity? A Tubo envoy was concerned about the newly added manpower. After sending the letter of credence and gifts, a small number of people would go back. More than 300 people would be left behind to listen to the deployment and have valuable things to supplement the funds. What can 300 people do? They can't get a chance to cut off all means of retreat. Isinba rejected. Even if there were 3,000 people, would they dare to fight the Li family Zhuangzi, let alone 300 people? Another person said, make money. We'll make money together. We can buy things and send them back. We can't always ask Zampu to give us money. Isimba thought about it and agreed. Okay, it's called self-reliance. We'll take advantage of our familiarity with cattle, horses, sheep, and other livestock to help people look after their livestock. He found that he could make a lot of money. Professional. The capital government made a lot of money. After increasing the manpower, it was better to do it himself than rely on the people behind him to send money. Write a letter to Li Yi and ask him what business he's doing. Ask the people of Honglu Temple to send it. We gave him a gift last time. Buqiao finally smiled. He thought that Li Yi would play with the night luminescent pearl every day for a few months and fall sick. You can help the Tang dynasty fight the Tubo. No matter how good your Li family Zhuangzi's defense is, he's still going to die. Buqiao, who was in a better mood, urged his colleagues to eat. After a few months or half a year, everything would be better. When it was dark, the golden eagle stayed in the cage and stood on the ground. There was hay on the ground, and it didn't want to move. Even if it lifted its leg gently, it still hurt. It only moved its head. There were lights around it and people walking around. No one came to disturb it. It wanted to look down to see what had been smeared on its chest, but it felt pain. As it looked, it closed its eyes. When the first light of dawn appeared, the golden eagle opened its eyes and moved gently. It still hurt, but it felt better than yesterday. Then he saw a familiar face and a piece of meat that had been cut into strips. Li Yi reapplied the medicine for the golden eagle, which was a kind of herbal medicine that could speed up the healing process. Princess Yongmu feeds the golden eagle the meat on the plate, one by one. The golden eagle eats very hard. It now knows that if it wants to recover, it must eat. While they were eating, 3 small black dots appeared in the sky. The golden eagle raised its head. Li Yi followed and quickly changed the medicine for the golden eagle. He took Princess Yongmu's plate and put it on the ground. He pulled Princess Yongmu back. Tao Hong opened the door behind her. Dong Zhu, come in. A group of people ran in, closed the door, and looked out through the window. The golden eagle in the cage walked out of the cage. It raised its head and cried out in pain. The 3 small dots in the sky gradually descended. When they were less than 100 feet high, the 3 golden eagles, 1 big and 2 small, were clearly seen. They continued to fly down. The big golden eagle landed on the ground, and the 2 small ones stood on the cage, squawking at the golden eagle on the ground. The big golden eagle came to the front of the previous golden eagle. The 2 eagles looked at each other. After a dozen breaths, they cried out as if they were talking. The 2 small ones landed and were called to the plate. They bowed their heads and ate the meat. Outside, put on your armor and get the meat. The family of the injured golden eagle is here. Li Yi shouted, and the eunuchs followed. The 3 golden eagles who arrived later heard the movement and vigilantly looked at the people who were looking at them through the window. Soon, Guazi put on his armor and helmet. His left index and middle fingers were placed under a large wooden basin, and his thumb was on top. He carried it with one hand. There was a large piece of fresh mutton in the wooden basin, which looked to be 6 or 7 caddies. He walked to the plate and put down the basin under the gaze of the golden eagle family. He took out a knife and cut the meat, throwing it into the plate. The golden eagles didn't eat it. The 2 small golden eagles hid behind their father, and the female golden eagle stood in front of the male golden eagle. As if thinking of something, the female golden eagle stepped on the ground, flapped her wings, and flew up, hovering in the sky. The 2 small ones followed and took off. They needed to run. Li Yi watched in the room. Suddenly, he pulled Princess Yongmu out. Give me the knife. You are responsible for guarding. When Tian, take the chopsticks and feed it. Li Yi was just guessing how the family found it. He guessed that when he flew back with the golden eagle, the female saw them and followed them in the sky. After confirming the location, he went back to find the 2 children and ran to the place early in the morning. If it weren't for the 2 children, the female would have rushed down yesterday. The palace maids and eunuchs stood next to him with weapons. Guazi only had a knife in his hand. Li cut the meat. Princess Yongmu took the chopsticks. The injured golden eagle opened its mouth and ate a piece of meat. It raised its head and cried. The two small ones landed and continued to eat on the plate. The female landed on the cage and watched. The male cried again. The female landed on the ground and watched the male golden eagle. Guazi's wrist, holding the knife, kept moving. His breathing was calm. When Tian, feed the female golden eagle a piece of meat. Li stopped cutting the meat. He squatted there and leaned forward slightly. Okay. Princess Yongmu took a deep breath. She picked up a piece of mutton and slowly handed it to the female golden eagle. The female golden eagle looked at her. At this time, the male golden eagle took the initiative to bite the meat and turned to the female golden eagle. The female golden eagle took the meat and swallowed it. Princess Yongmu fed it again. The female golden eagle took the initiative to open its mouth. Princess Yongmu fed it one by one. Li cut the meat again and put it on the plate. The little golden eagle ate it. It was obviously hungry. Yesterday, the female golden eagle had a hard time taking care of the baby. She was worried about the baby. She also thought about her husband and wanted to hunt. There was ready-made food. Why not eat? When the whole family stopped eating, there was still 1/3 of the meat left. Feed it at noon and at night. Wild birds have a big appetite. Sometimes they are unlucky and can't eat for a whole day. Li handed the basin to Guyan. He took the ladle in Chui Lu's hand and poured the water into the basin in the cage. He pulled Princess Yongmu and the group of people left, not caring about this anymore. The 4 golden eagles looked at each other. The male golden eagle went into the cage. There was grass in the cage like a nest. It went in. The 3 golden eagles, 1 big and 2 small, looked at it and followed in. The 3 of them stood on the stick and held it comfortably. After digesting for a while, the female golden eagle took the 2 children out and flew to the sky to practice. The chickens, ducks, and geese on the ground were frightened. The parrots were also afraid. They said all kinds of things to ease their fear. The female golden eagle was smarter. When she saw that someone was taking care of the poultry, she knew that the food was not to be eaten. People would beat her. She had been beaten before. There was no shortage of food now. The children had not reached the level of hunting yet. They continued to practice flying. Chapter 11:24. Li Lang, let's raise them. Princess Yongmu said yesterday that she didn't want to raise them as she was worried about the eagle's family. Now that the whole family was here, she just had to feed them meat every day. She had seen people raising eagles. The royal family even brought dogs. For example, the dog in Zhuangzi almost rushed over just now, but was stopped. She knew that birds of prey weren't easy to raise, but now she felt that a family of eagles was good. If you fed them, they would eat and even enter the cage voluntarily. It's not easy to raise them. Golden eagles have a territory, and everything in their territory is their prey. It's okay to train them. Otherwise, when the little ones grow up, they will have to leave and find their own place. Pandas also have their own territory, unlike the big, red-chested parrots, which belong to a family. If they are locked up for too long, the golden eagles will lose their freedom. If they are not locked up, they will go home by themselves. Li reminded, if they were locked up, the golden eagles would be wronged. He admired the Kazakh people who raised golden eagles in his time. Their golden eagles could fly at any time. The golden eagles didn't lose their wild nature. At the same time, the golden eagles were obedient. Later, when they were not allowed to raise them, they listened to the government and released the golden eagles. They guarded the borders of the motherland and were hardworking. They didn't fight against the government and never shouted for independence. Unfortunately, the government insisted on putting on a show for others and didn't allow them to raise them. Other imperial courts would persist for the sake of traditional culture. There was no such thing as protection. Let's try raising them. What if it works? Princess Yongmu still wanted to keep the Golden Eagle family. Okay, how do we hunt? Let's go to Pure Flower's palace. There are wild animals nearby. We can't let them cause trouble. Li Yi wasn't worried that the golden eagles would eat other people's chickens. Even if it was a chicken that laid eggs, they would have to pay for it. If the goose guarding the courtyard and the dog guarding the house were killed, the other party wouldn't be in a good mood and would have feelings for them. How do we raise them? Should I ask someone else? I saw someone raising eagles. Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi agree and prepared to do it. They can't raise them. They lock them up and tie them up with chains and blindfolds. Let's change the method and give the golden eagles more freedom. Li Yi told Princess Yongmu how to provide a home for the golden eagle family. As he spoke, he directed them to set up a frame. Set up a wooden frame that was more than 50 meters high on the Zhuangzi highland. It had to be sturdy and could not be blown down by the wind. Nests will be built on the shelves, branches, hay, cotton. When the golden eagle is healed and the shelf is set up, I will observe its recovery. When it is almost healed, I will hang the cage up. If they were satisfied with their new home, they would stay. If they were not satisfied, they would not be able to stay. There was no other way. There's a high probability that they'll stay. It still has children to raise. In the future, I hope that when the two little ones grow up, I'll arrange a nest for them nearby. Difficult. Li Yi has a headache. The golden eagle has a territory. When the child grows up, it usually has less than a year and must leave. Affected by food, they would attack each other. It is not impossible to raise golden eagles to live in groups. Even if pandas are adults, if there is enough food and it is not the breeding season, they can be together. The simplest way to raise golden eagles to live in groups is to feed them. Let the golden eagles come into contact with a few fixed people and put on a leather sheath for the golden eagles to land. After a long time, everyone is familiar with each other and usually does not attack each other. When the golden eagles compete, they don't fight each other. They chase prey. There's no problem with dozens of them together. Let them run away. Princess Yongmu does not insist. What about suffering? Give up. Li Yi smiled and took Princess Yongmu's hand. If I don't have the ability, I will let them go. Since you like it, I will try my best. Li Lang, business is important. Princess Yongmu is afraid of delaying the Tang dynasty. The most important thing is to make you happy. When the golden eagles are raised well, they can guard the house and don't eat the poultry and livestock around. At the same time, they are wild and have too many advantages. They hold grudges and also remember kindness. They are smart. Li Yi decided to take measures to keep the golden eagles and raise more golden eagles in the future. Golden eagles have high IQ. When the golden eagles were injured and fell to the ground, they rarely attacked people when people went to pick them up. When people walk in the area where golden eagles live, golden eagles will kill blue sheep and kill them on the edge of a dangerous cliff. Golden eagles will also kill wolves. Wolves are known for their explosive power and endurance. Golden eagles can chase the wolves until they have no strength. When a person is walking, wolves will attack people, but golden eagles will not, at least not in a court like the Tang dynasty. Unless you have hurt them, they will not take the initiative to hurt people. As for living in other countries, you have to ask the people of that country what is going on. Of course, it may also be that the breed of golden eagles is different. I see, they are really smart. Princess Yongmu is full of happiness. We have to let the golden eagles know that we provide the warmest home and the most delicious food. Even in the cold winter, they can still eat delicious meat. Give them fish meat. It is hard for golden eagles to find fish. They are not sea eagles. It is difficult to catch fish in the water. They are not familiar with it. Shave the fish bones and cut the fish meat into strips. It is a separate flavor and there are no parasites. Li Yi thought of Zasi Kuz's addiction to medicine. Golden eagles can't get fish by themselves. Will they be addicted to it? I will give you different kinds of food. Do you want to eat shrimp? Do you want to eat big earthworms? Do you want to eat bean worms? As long as you like to eat, except for human meat, I will prepare everything for you. If you want to eat human meat, drink golden eagle soup tomorrow. Well, Princess Yongmu has no opinion at all. She is trying to make the golden eagles feel that Zhuangzi is good and stay. The golden eagle family doesn't know that someone is thinking about them. At noon, the weather is hot, so they eat cold noodles. A table is placed next to the cage. Others don't come over. Only Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. The little guy wants to get close. Li Tan hugs his brother. Don't go. If you are scratched, can you still be the crown prince? Li Tan doesn't know that Li Yi can perform meat and skin grafts. Li Yi has so many cadavers and videos. His medical skills are not ordinary. He takes the thinking and experience of an adult and practices. In a state of strong brain and hands-on ability to practice, learn, summarize, and analyze. Reading books is also 10 lines at a glance and has a photographic memory. In general, it is best to let the patient eat more and exercise more and use their own flesh to make up for the surgery. When you are fat, it is not training to lose weight. If you change it to liposuction, there will be exfoliation. Take out this exfoliation for skin grafts and the damage will be small. Reverse the operation of skin grafts is complementary for meat and skin grafts. The reason why Li Yi didn't do this kind of surgery at that time was not because of technical factors, but because of money. For example, the scar on Li Tan's face was removed. If it was Li Yi's time, it would have been impossible without a few million yuan. Furthermore, the patient had to be of a certain age. Li Tan cherishes it and wants to protect his brother. He thought of his uncle, Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi is the oldest. The emperor is not his uncle, but his father. His uncle is now busy delivering things to the royal family and helping to protect the imperial family. Father and uncle get along very well. Li Tan has a dream. Since he can't be the crown prince, he wants to learn from his uncle. Does his uncle have little power? Does he have little power? The navy belongs to his uncle. There is also the Workers' Alliance, the E-Alliance, Cheongzhou's plantation, and the breeding by the sea. Time to eat. Princess Yongmu has not eaten her cold noodles and began to feed them to the golden eagle family. The female golden eagle can hunt, but it found that it can't. It is raised by people, so it knows. Otherwise, why would the herdsman at Li Yi's time raise golden eagles to look after sheep? Doesn't the golden eagle know that sheep can be eaten? The reason why it can't be eaten is that it can't be eaten. Just like shepherd dogs will kill wild sheep when they see them, but they can't touch the sheep that they help their masters herd. The reward is that even if they are old, they will not be strangled by their masters to eat meat. No place will allow dogs to be killed and eaten after herding. Dogs are different from dogs, just like people are different from people. Of course, the golden eagles are also different. This family of 4 is treated well. Little Condor gives up all his modesty. When he sees the 2 familiar people coming to cut and feed the meat, he hurries forward. The female golden eagle circled twice vigilantly. After scaring a group of livestock and poultry, she also landed and stood beside her man. Princess Yongmu happily feeds the golden eagle. Li Yi gets fish and feeds it at noon. The fish is more tender. Little Condor's eyes seem to change after eating it. Why is this meat different from what I eat? Delicious, right? Li Lang has seen the meat of the blackfish stick. There are no parasites, so it can be used to make fish slices. Of course, it can be used to make any kind of fish. Princess Yongmu is full of love and introduces the meat to the golden eagle. The golden eagle can't understand the words, but it can taste the meat. Li Yi cuts the meat, enough for the golden eagle family to eat, and takes out a new herbal ointment. He goes to the male eagle and wets the medicinal alcohol on its chest to remove it, and reapplies the ointment. During the whole process, the male eagle is motionless and waiting. It feels that when it touches something on its chest, it doesn't hurt much. When Li Yi is dealing with it, the female eagle is watching, analyzing, and understanding. They have a much higher IQ than sparrows, a big head, and a long life. Even sparrows know that people in some places can be trusted, let alone golden eagles. Chapter 11:25. Bang! Bang, it's done. It's solid. It's no different from a big rock. In Shanzhou, where Longyi Jidushi was located, a tall man was swinging a sledgehammer at a wall. After smashing with all his might, he finally smashed out some dregs. It felt like smashing a big rock. It was strenuous. If he wanted to tear down the wall, he would need to smash it for a long time. It was best to use a drill. The wall was built in a ditch. 3 feet below it was buried in the soil, and the top 1 feet above it was exposed. It was 3 feet thick. A group of people were watching. Someone came over to pick up the hammer and continued smashing it. With a loud noise, the wall began to crumble, revealing the stone inside. Smashing again, the stone crumbled, but it was still a stone. After more than 100 hits, bamboo appeared. It was benevolent bamboo, a local bamboo. The local bamboo forests were connected to each other. The old bamboos were used to make furniture and bamboo rafts, while the new bamboos were used to make fire or bamboo charcoal. The bamboos placed in the wall belonged to the 3rd age and above, usually the 3rd to 5th age. Bamboo tendons are really useful when mixed and solidified. Move them to the front and seize the time to burn and grind them at the back. A young general who looked like a foreman was responsible for the production of a cement kiln. After the first kiln was done, he decided to try building a wall first. It would take a group of people at least 2 days to break down a wall that was 3 feet thick. How could the wall only be 3 feet thick? There was also a need for people to put things on top. It had to be at least 1.5 zhang wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. Dig a foundation and build a 5 zhang high wall. Other people couldn't destroy the city, but they could use long ladders and hooks to attack the city or use siege towers. This was considered a small city. When it was completed, it could be 10 meters tall, thicker and sturdier. Now that they had to burn more, they had to grind up baskets made of bamboo and spread them with bamboo paper for transportation. It would take at least 3 years for the bamboo to be transported together. When they arrived at the local area, there would be stone mines there to make crushed stones, and the bamboo reinforced concrete would be produced. Everyone got busy again, picking, burning, and grinding day and night. The non-commissioned officer, who did not participate in the battle, was now a cement worker. Their wives helped wash their masks. It wasn't just one place. Cement kilns were being built everywhere in the vicinity, including Liangzhou, where the Hushi Jidushi resided. They were looking for help from the locals. It was not the busy season for farming. The commoners knew that there was a war going on in front of them and that they had already occupied the area. They only lacked defense. In the future, there was no need to worry about the enemy attacking at any time. The battle line was in front. Wear a mask. Remember to wear a mask when you grind the cement and move it, or you will die. The military officer in charge of the records was worried, but the commoners didn't know any better and thought nothing of it. Those who were not wearing masks took out their masks and put them on. It was hot to wear masks in the summer. Take off the masks again and we'll all go back. If we find out that no one is wearing it, we'll abandon the whole team. Join Army came up with the idea of being punished together. As soon as he finished speaking, the person who had just put away his mask felt the killing intent in his companion's eyes. Right now, they're working without pay. Our imperial court hasn't paid them. After they finished supporting the front lines, the cement kiln would continue to produce cement and sell it for money. Others would buy it and build houses. Those who helped with the work could be exchanged for money, or they could use the cost price to convert cement to build their own houses. In the future, he would continue to work at the cement factory and earn money. Everyone had made up their minds. If they wanted cement, they would sell it at cost price. If they sold it at a slightly higher price, they would make a profit. Those families who were preparing to get married and those whose houses were not sturdy enough would be able to build new houses. If he was chased away, where would he find such a good opportunity? At the front line, on the southern bank of the Yellow River, a large military camp appeared. 50 miles away from the military camp, there were two tribes that had settled down a few miles apart. One of the tribes had a guanlin. The Qianhu had already left. A group of people escorted Zesikas, who was tied up and wailing, back to the Tubo base camp to explain the situation. The members of the other tribe were neat. They had never participated in the battle. They withdrew directly because the Qianhu of the former tribe had requested them to help take care of it. Their scouts would run 20 miles away to scout back and forth. If they needed anything, they could go to the front of the military camp and discuss it with the Tang dynasty. The Qianhu was clear that the scouts were useless. If the Tang dynasty wanted to fight, they would send cavalry. The scouts would discover them and run back. No one would have time to retreat. It was nothing more than a show to prove that they had military functions and combat deployments for the Tubo ministers, who would come later. There are more than 1,000 cement kilns at the back. Before winter, we can build dozens of cities, build bastions according to the blueprint. Guo stood on a high ground and looked into the distance. Behind him was the Yellow River. He placed the military camp in front of him. He didn't want to confront the Tibetan army across the river. Build the cities on this side of the river first. There would be 150 miles apart with a small fort in the middle. Using hot air balloons, they could see the military camp in front of them with smoke signals. After crossing the river, the construction city in front of them was just behind the small fort. When the military camp discovered the enemy, they would light smoke signals or set off fireworks. When the enemy was large in number, they would run away and not defend. When the small fort was attacked, the cities on the other side of the river and the two sides could help. In this way, the entire defense line would be stable. What needed to be planted would be planted and cultivated. Juku can also burn cement. There's also Sister Lake, but it's not easy to dig coal. It's not an open-pit mine. We need to dig wells. Li was lying on the ground and doing one-handed push-ups. He talked about the problem of resources. There were many mines in the source of the Yellow River. The non-metal mines included granite and limestone. If they could dig coal, they could directly burn cement or even forge weapons. There were iron ores. Let's move them. The soldiers are too tired and need to rest. Zhongliang didn't agree with the army burning cement and mining. They continued to advance. Everyone occupied a place and could only build the city. They didn't want to fight anymore. Tubo's tribe ran to the opposite side of the river and settled down. Both sides reached a temporary agreement and lost their fighting spirit. Tubo's tribe was waiting for Zhangpu's orders. The Tang dynasty and other cities. Zhang Shaosong, who was sitting next to him painting, stopped and admired his painting. I heard that Dr. Li is proficient in painting. When can I ask for your advice? You're not going back to Anqi? Wang, Ju and Kuei came over to look at the painting. Zhang Shaosong had the highest diploma among the people here. Su Lu was robbed. He can't take out anything to fight before next year's summer harvest. I'll go back and have nothing to do. Why don't I help guard the place? The 10,000 elite cavalry will be mine. Zhang Shaosong smiled. He wanted to repay the emperor's kindness. If he took the 10,000 elite cavalry with him, Tubo would have to think twice before fighting. Maybe he wouldn't directly fight the Tibetan army. Instead, he would take the things and attack Tubo from behind. How many soldiers could Tubo send to stop 10,000 elite cavalry? Even if there were 10,000 cavalry, he could still take care of them. He had explosives. The city walls have to be thicker. When the explosives are thrown, they will collapse. Qin Li switched to his other hand and continued to do push-ups. Take the whirlwind cannons. When Tubo attacks again, he will definitely have all the siege weapons. Use the sky-cracker monkey to blow up their catapults, and use the explosives to destroy their arrow towers. It's a bit difficult to deal with siege ladders. Prepare more axes. Cut the hooks, and use the forks to topple them. Guo also came over to Zhang Xiaosong's side to look at the painting. He couldn't understand it, but he knew that there were mountains and rivers. Report. A ship is coming. They said that they'll take a big detour. A messenger appeared at the door. It's better than crossing the mountains. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Zhongliang got up and went out. Chapter 11:26. Behind the military camp, a group of boats were moored at the temporary pier of the Yellow River. There were steamers and propeller boats. 100 boats at a time. Zhang Zhongliang, who was walking at the front, stood on the shore and looked down. It's too far. Some boats are fast, but some are caught in turbulence. Some people are sick and can't use their strength. Wing Knights, who was in charge of the propeller boats, panted and gave an answer that made people speechless. New boats came out every day. They quickly loaded their things and set off from Chang and to the Yellow River. They took the Hoka waterfall and went around the river before continuing. When they reached Jiku, they had to take a big detour from the south. How far was that? Those who ran a day earlier might be caught up by the boats behind them. In addition, there were ships that did not travel along the river to pick up the goods that were sent over by land at the place where the canal was being built. Propeller boats were faster than steamers. There were so many boats that looked after each other. The faster boats arrived half a day later. The sick people were being treated by Guan Lin's family. Their illnesses were caused by the change in weather and fatigue. When it rained, the weather was hot, they did not eat well, and they did not rest well. When they reached the high altitude, they could not bear it. Dongzhu asked us to collect herbs such as roseroot, Salvia miltiorhiza, Cotinopsis palaceula, etc. Then we can make the medicine according to the prescription. Send it to Longyu. It's best to go further. Lanzhou is a good place. Bring it back with us and start taking it from there. Dongzhu said there are medicines in the high altitude area that can withstand altitude sickness. Take it half a month in advance. People with strong bodies should be able to cope. Wing Knights were worried when they saw the people being treated being pricked with needles and forced to take medicine. There's also the safflower over here. That can also help. Li Dongzhu wrote about it in his medical book. Guan Lin observed the patient he was in charge of and smiled when he saw that the patient's condition was getting better. Li Yi, can people die? If they can't, release a hot air balloon and bring them to a lower place. Zhang Zhongliang mentioned Li Yi's name, but he didn't want to mention it again. Why Li Yi knew so much had nothing to do with him. It was better to ask someone else. Guan Lin had also found this in Li Yi's medical book. If there was a problem in the highlands, it would be immediately sent to a lower position. The best way was to use a hot air balloon. However, there was a problem with hot air balloons. They had to fly even higher after they went up. There's no need. I'll be fine after drinking the medicine. The medicine is still warm. Wait for them to rest and give them some hot soup. Guan Lin guaranteed that the hot soup he mentioned would be made in a pressure cooker. There were already 2,000 pressure cookers in the entire defensive zone. On average, there were 70 to 80 people per pressure cooker. A few more pots of it would be enough. It was mainly used to cook meat and steam Highland barley rice. Highland barley couldn't always be fried with oil, and dry fried barley was even worse. Of course, if it wasn't cooked well, it would be barely edible if it was cooked a little longer. Now that there was a pressure cooker, everyone thought of all sorts of ways to cook. They were afraid that the pressure cooker would spray foam when cooking. The idea they came up with was to remove the exhaust valve as soon as it sprayed foam. When the air pressure was low, they would put it on the stove. When the air pressure was high, they would remove it. Once the Highland barley was steamed, it would be best eaten with pickled vegetables. They would go to the Yellow River to fish and use the pressure cooker to make fish soup. They would catch wild game, soak it in the blood water, add sauce, and simmer it in the pressure cooker. When eaten, it would taste like braised meat. Guan Lin had 3 pressure cookers. One was for cooking, and the other 2 were for decocting medicine. Without the pressure cooker, it would take a long time to cook medicine. There would still be some dregs in the medicine that hadn't been cooked. We've brought the flask of a thermos. We'll give a portion to the military camp along the way. The rest is for you. The leader of the winged knights pointed at the things that were being carried and said, "The flask was wrapped in leather clothes and military coats. If winter came and the non-commissioned officer didn't have warm clothes to wear, it would be given to them in advance. It would also be used as a protective layer to wrap the flask. There was no shell. The shell had to be made by the local people." Guojiyun walked over and picked one up to take a look. "You're not selling it? I heard that a thermos from the Li family Zhuangzi is worth more than 300 taels. You can break it, but you can't throw it away. If it's broken, collect the pieces and bring them back when the ship comes." The winged knights didn't explain the price. He knew that the production cost of this item was low and that no one else would make it. That was why he sold it at such a high price. "Dr. Guan, take 3 of them, 1 for drinking water, and the other 2 for storing the decocted medicine. You don't have to cook medicine for the sick and injured every day." Wang Juankui thought of Guanlin first. The military doctors in the team weren't good enough. They were all just coping with the situation. Guanlin took 1 for himself. Just 1 for drinking water at home. Different conditions require different amounts of medicine. I can't just put it in a thermos and give it to them casually. Guanlin cherished his current job. He didn't need to do anything. He was responsible for guiding the medical staff and organizing the medicines sent over. He lived in the best tents and ate the best meat. The non-commissioned officer found mushrooms and tender wild vegetables for his family first. He was responsible for treating patients. How could he be lazy? The medicine had to be adjusted according to the severity of the illness. Qin Li stood at the side and observed his brothers. Suddenly he thought of something. "Can we use steamed barley rice and cooked meat to exchange with the tribe in front?" "Exchange for what?" Zhang Shaosong also had a thermos flask in his hand. He felt that this one was more exquisite than the one he used in Anxi. This meant that the Li family Zhuangzi skills had improved. Perhaps the output was also higher. "They have wild game there. They give us 20 caddies of raw rock sheep meat. We'll give them 2 caddies of braised rock sheep meat." Qin Li gave an example. Tubo couldn't be processed. It could only be fried and roasted. If they exchanged 10 caddies for 2 caddies, it wouldn't be worth it. They would have to provide manpower, firewood, and seasoning. The fresh meat would shrink. Under normal circumstances, the ratio of lean meat to braised meat was 2:1. There would also be fatty meat. A ratio of 10:1 was the best. No one would lose out. "Let's give it a try." Zhang Shaosong prepared to go personally with a large group of cavalry. If the other party tried to harm him, he would exterminate the tribe. In the future, he wouldn't have to go by himself. He could go and talk. "I'll go with you." Fan Fan understood Zhang Xiaosong's intention. "Give them 100 caddies first. It's free. The 2 tribes are only a few miles apart. We'll split the meat in the middle." Zhang Shaosong decided to give it to them as a sign of goodwill. When the other party found it delicious, they would exchange. Give them 500 caddies of braised meat and 10,000 caddies of steamed Highland barley rice. Let each of them have a taste. It'll be safer for us. Qin Li suggested. If there were too many people, they would be afraid. How could there be too few people? They wouldn't be able to move it. Okay, give it to them. Tell them what we eat here. Give each tribe a pressure cooker. They won't be able to replicate it. This air valve and the sealed buckle are high-tech. Guo Zhiyun agreed. He said it was a gift, but it was actually a demonstration. "I'll show you, Tubo, what we eat and use in the Tang dynasty. If we can think of such things when we eat and drink, what do you think of our weapons?" Wang Juankui laughed. "Ha ha ha. Yes, scare them. Tell them that we have countless skyscraping monkeys and explosives." Everyone discussed and began to make steamed rice and braised meat. When noon came, Zhang Shaosong and Fan Fan brought 2 jugs of wine and led 1,000 winged knights and 1,000 Anxi elite cavalry out. Chapter 11:27. 2,002 people set off, riding alone. They told the enemy that they were not here to fight, and that they needed at least 3 people to fight. 30 miles ahead, this was a line. There were scouts from 2 tribes looking for mushrooms on the ground out of boredom. They knew which mushrooms were edible, so they picked them back and gave them to their leaders or secretly cooked for themselves. The horses were eating grass leisurely, and some were lying on the ground to bask in the sun. If they were itchy, they would move and rub themselves on the grass. It was so comfortable without war. The sound of hooves came and the ground shook. The 20 scouts stopped what they were doing. When they saw the group running towards them from afar, they hurriedly found their horses and rode back. When they were about to reach the place, the team split into 2 and went to find their leaders. The Qianhu who escorted Zasikas was not in the tribe. His younger brother was in charge of the tribe, and his name was Jia Shitsiren. The Qianhu of the other tribe was in the tribe, and his name was Duowang Jiangsua. Nowadays, names did not have much meaning. It was good to have one. Most people did not have one, including the people of the Tang dynasty. They only had surnames and no names. Women did not even remember their surnames. After they got married, they would follow their husband's surname. The 2 teams of scouts ran back to their respective tribes, and the 2 tribes became nervous. They thought that the Tang dynasty went back on their words and came to attack again. In a panic, the 2 leaders took the initiative to lead their men and horses to meet them. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. When they saw the cavalry of the Tang dynasty, they were a little relieved. They rode alone. They estimated that half of the cavalry did not have bows on their backs, but they were carrying things tied with straw ropes in their hands. Obviously, they were not explosives. Zhang Shaosong and Fan Fan urged their horses forward and saluted together. "I'm Zhang Shaosong." "I'm Fan Fan." Hearing the name Zhang Shaosong, Duowang Jiangsua and Jia Shitsiren could not help but have goosebumps. They had heard of him. He was too good at fighting. This time he even ran behind them. Thanks to Zasikas, who took the initiative to attack, and then everyone ran, they did not chase after them. He had never heard of anyone called Fan Fan, but this person was wearing the clothes of the winged knights. Half of the team were winged knights. Presumably, they were not inferior to Zhang Shaosong. At least, Zhang Shaosong could not manage the private army of the Tang emperors. Duowang Jiangso, Tashiturin, the 2 of them signed up at the same time, so their names were known by the military forces of the Tang dynasty. "I'm here to give you something. We can exchange it in the future. Pressure cookers won't do. 1 for each tribe. This is my gift to you." Fan Fan urged his horse forward as he spoke. He held a piece of braised meat in his hand. It had been cut into slices and was the size of a fist. It was a gene of raw meat. The 2 of them waved their hands at the same time, and their cavalry pushed their horses back. The 3 of them gathered together. Fan Fan opened the paper bag and said, "Have a taste. After you've tasted it, we'll go to the place between your 2 tribes to eat. We brought about 500 gene of this meat, 10,000 gene of steamed barley and pickled vegetables. Everyone should be able to have a meal." As he spoke, Fan Fan casually pinched a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. Duowang Jiangso reached out and took a piece each. They also put it into their mouths to taste. "Is it okay?" Fan Fan asked while chewing. "It's delicious." Tashi Tsirin nodded. It was his first time eating braised meat with a lot of seasoning. "It's delicious. Do you all eat this now?" Duowang Jiangso thought of something else. "There's not enough seasoning. Only a few people can eat it. But Dongzhu will send more seasoning later. 2.5 servings of freshly slaughtered rock sheep can get 1 serving of meat. We have to process it, remove the fat, and make a fire. If we trade with you, 20 servings of rock sheep with fat will be exchanged for 1 serving of this. But the taste will not be the same as it is now. The seasoning is too expensive." Fan Fan told the truth. He would give them as much as they should. If they were not willing to trade, then so be it. Duowang Jiangso reached out and pinched another piece of meat. He felt like eating more. It would be best if there was wine. Tashi Tsirin also reached out his hand. "Now, For you. The first batch is for you. Everyone try it. I'll give you the pressure cooker. I'll tell you how to cook it. If you don't want to trade, you can cook it yourself. Fan also pinched a piece to eat. It was indeed delicious. You can stay here tonight. You can choose an unmarried woman from our tribe. Duowang Jiangso expressed that he could not trade for the time being. He wanted to keep a child. The winged knights of the Tang dynasty could sleep with an unmarried woman in their tribe. If they had a child, it would be very strong. Thank you, but no. Dongzhu doesn't allow it. Fan refused. Please. Duowang Jiangso looked very regretful. The team went to the middle of the two tribes and called all the people of the tribe over, regardless of age. But the old people walked at the back while the young people walked at the front. 2,000 people put the food on the ground. Tashi Tsirin and Duowang Jiangso understood that everyone had to eat something, so they tried to divide it equally. After arranging for people to divide, the winged knights and the elite cavalry took out their own crepes to eat. It was a very big crepe with thick Highland barley flour. Li Yi had never eaten crepes with Highland barley flour. He had only eaten mung bean flour, corn flour, sorghum flour, rice flour, and normal wheat flour. The mung bean crepes of the origin were made from the same raw material as the soy milk of Beijing mung beans. Soy milk was not soy milk. Soy milk needed mung beans to ferment, while soy milk was generally made from soybeans. The difference was that soy milk could be made from tofu pudding, but soy milk could not. But mung beans could be made into mung bean cakes. If you wanted to save money, you could add broad bean powder or pea powder. The braised meat was cut into slices, and the Highland barley steamed rice was served with utensils. At the same time, they grabbed pickles from the pickles jar. The people of the two tribes divided the food. Not long after breakfast, there were 2 meals a day. The breakfast was late, and the dinner was early. It also depended on the weather. When the day was long, there might be an extra meal, but it was rare. The family conditions did not allow it. Just like in the Tang dynasty, when the sun rose in the morning, they started to work in the fields. The women worked at home and cooked after finishing their work. They took the food to the fields and sent it to their husbands. There was no morning, so it was breakfast. After breakfast, they took a break and worked together. The Tubo tribe did the same. But now their quality of life had declined, so they did not dare to kill the sheep. They had to keep the sheep to give birth to cubs and milk, and make butter to exchange with the Tang dynasty. I brought 2 jars. The alcohol content is about 20%. 1 jar contains 5 caddies. Let's drink and eat at the same time. I will teach you how to use this pressure cooker. Fan was still responsible for the main communication. Zhang Shaosong did not want to talk too much. The old people of the Tubo tribe took the initiative to give the meat to the children. They just wanted to have a taste. Duowang Jiangxue and Tashi Tsirin drank and ate the meat. They watched Fan make things with the pressure cooker, including the steamed Highland barley rice. The 2 ate the steamed Highland barley rice. When they felt that it was delicious, their expressions were complicated. The Tang dynasty's team started to cook with this kind of cooker. Can they make it according to it? Tashi Tsirin was very straightforward. He came up and asked if they could make the cooker. No, they can't. One is the seal. The thread is broken. If you use the method of turning the mold, the thread is not tight enough. The vent valve above is more difficult to explain. Fan chatted as if he was chatting with an old friend. He said everything, including the key points. Can we exchange? Duowang Jiangxue asked immediately. No, we don't have enough. We only have 2,000. Dongzhu is trying to ask people to make it. Fan was still telling the truth. I will tell you everything, but you can't get it and can't make it. Chapter 11:28. Your people told us that they would give us an atlas in the future and let us pick the herbs according to it. Tashi Tsirin had not drunk for a long time. The Highland barley wine in the tribe had been drunk long ago, and they had lost the place to grow Highland barley. It was not suitable to grow highland barley now, as the season was not right. If they planted it next year, they would not be able to stop the Tang dynasty when they were about to harvest. The news has already been sent back. I reckon that it won't be long before fast riders deliver the booklet to the leaders of the various clans. Fan Fan helped Tashi Tsirin pour more wine. He was not greedy for wine. We want doctors and herbs. Did you bring a lot of skyscraping monkeys and explosives? Tashi Tsirin was still as straightforward as before. Yes, the Tang dynasty will also use cement to build a city here. The method of making cement has been made public. Fan Fan was also frank. Will you beat us in the future? Tashi Tsirin probably had not drunk wine for a long time. Now he drank a big bowl of wine with more than 20 degrees. His face was so red as if he was allergic. Will you beat us in the future when you recover? Fan Fan drank a big mouthful of wine. It was not good to drink. It was not as good as the wine he drank in the family Zhuangzi. Tashi Tsirin had a complicated expression. He grabbed a piece of meat and said, I don't think so. We can't beat them. The people in the tribe are very scared. Fan Fan drank another mouthful of wine. He smacked his lips and refilled their glasses. Dong Zhu said that the reason for the war is very simple. You have something and I don't. I am stronger than you, so I will take what you have. But then I realize that I can choose not to fight, but the people in my tribe want me to fight. If I don't fight, they will take care of me. There are two kinds of survival. One is survival by eating, and the other is survival by willpower. Now Tubo is fighting for the survival of willpower. Even if the Tang dynasty gives the people of Tubo food, Tubo will still fight the Tang dynasty. Fan Fan talked about philosophical issues. People's needs were different and their desires were endless. If we defeat you, we can occupy such a good place. Duowang Jiang so spoke his theory. That's right. Even if this good place was created through our own hard work, why didn't you make your own place better? Why did you have to steal from others? Fan Fan agreed. That's right, you guys are right. Dongzhu had mentioned in his lectures that the essence of biological survival was to be at the top of the food chain. After suppressing other things, his own kind still had to fight for the top. I should live a better life than you. If you work, I'll enjoy it. Otherwise, I'll hit you. If they could win, they would naturally continue to enjoy themselves. If they couldn't win, others would enjoy themselves. We don't know how to, but we can fight. Duowang Jiang so said confidently. There's nothing wrong with that. Dongzhu also said that. Dongzhu, you're too powerful. Unfortunately, you're not vicious enough. Fan Fan shook his head. Then he turned to the two of them and said, The Tang dynasty is different from what you think. The Tang dynasty wants you to live a good life, but the premise is that you have to be with the Tang dynasty. Is it submission? No. Duowang Jiang so shook his head. Tashi Tsirin nodded. Yes, no. Do you think you don't submit to others? Do you dare to not listen to Zhanpu? It's different. According to Zhanpu, Duowang Jiang so wanted to refute, but he suddenly stopped. He remembered that Zhanpu was not Zhanpu from the beginning. He fought, according to his father's father's father. At that time there was no Zhanpu. Everyone fought. Later on it became what it was now. For a moment, Duowang Jiang was at a loss. He was also wondering why. Why should he stop Zhanpu? Zhanpu was not Zhanpu from the beginning. He could only fight and pass it down. The Tang dynasty could fight. Why couldn't the Tang dynasty be Zhanpu? At least now, they gave him wine and were willing to exchange for things for his tribe. Many other tribes surrendered to the Tang dynasty and mixed with the Tang dynasty. Why did his tribe have to listen to Zhanpu and fight with the Tang dynasty? The key was that he couldn't win. What should he do? Fan Fan himself didn't know the impact of his words on others. The key was that the current military strength and logistics of the Tang dynasty had provided him with help. He still explained to the two people according to Li Yi's words. Dongzhu said that we can be a family. Whoever has the ability to lead a good life, for everyone will be the leader. Look, what do we eat? What do we use? When we are sick, there are hundreds of medical books. My family. Fan Fan spoke from the bottom of his heart. He introduced the treatment he enjoyed and talked about how the life of the governor and the people around him had become better. In the future, how would Dongzhu help more people live a better life? What plans did he have for Tubo? Duowang Jiang Tsao and Tashi Tsiren were stunned. It turned out that the people of the governor's office of the Tang dynasty could eat 4 meals a day. At night, they worked and had an extra meal. If they wanted meat, they would have meat and vegetables. When it snowed, they could eat cucumbers. If they took out a little of the money they earned from a day's work, they could eat their fill. We know Li Dongzhu. He has a lot of slaves. Duowang Jiang Tsao was envious, but not jealous. The gap was too big. Jealousy couldn't come. Fan shook his head. There is no such thing as slaves in Li family Zhuangzi. Dongzhu is too rich. Dongzhu is not only good to his own people in Zhuangzi, but also to the soldiers. He is willing to spend money. In Tubo's eyes, there is only the Tang dynasty. Dongzhu sees the sea and the distant sky. If you are willing to become a person of the Tang dynasty, the benefits that Dongzhu gives you will be a person of the Tang dynasty. If you want to be a soldier, you have to be incredible. The owner will give you anything you want, anything you want. You don't understand how powerful Dongzhu is. If Dongzhu wants to make money, he can earn one of your tribe's livestock in a day. If Dongzhu wants to kill someone, you will be thousands of miles away. If Dongzhu chants a spell, you will die. One day, the more Fan spoke, the more he deviated. He began to deify, as if he was kind and fearless. He had actually turned Li Yi into a believer in order to fool others. Zhang Shaosong was dumbfounded. This person who dared to send him things personally and took off his clothes to fight in the water actually had this ability? Zhang Shaosong was even a little convinced. Yes, Li Yi was that powerful. He didn't know. Not to mention the people now. Li Yi was the same in the past. Can you expect everyone's IQ to be online? Li Lang, the other eagles, don't dare to fly. Princess Yongmu continued to feed the golden eagle today. She got the news that the imperial family and the rich people who raised eagles in the capital government didn't dare to fly eagles in the wild. Because it is small, it is said that there is a golden eagle standing there 4 feet tall. We don't raise it that tall, but it can still suppress some eagles. Li Yi was also clear about the situation. Some imperial family and the rich people of the Tang dynasty played with eagles. The eagles they played with were smaller than the golden eagle. The size was one aspect. The golden eagle was wild, and the other eagles were domesticated. How could a pet dog be compared with a guard dog? The Tibetan Mastiff, which was a pet dog, couldn't beat a larger guard dog, let alone a mountain guard dog. The current situation belonged to the female golden eagle's deterrence. She didn't want the territory. She was telling other things that could fly not to provoke her now. She had a hungry man who was injured and couldn't fly immediately, and she had 2 children who needed to be looked after. At this time, she was irritable and very aggressive. Other people didn't dare to touch the raptors they raised. They were living a good life. Why should they risk their lives to fight such a golden eagle? Chapter 11:29. A few days later, it rained heavily for a whole night and the river rose. The sun came out, but the people in the capital couldn't feel the coolness after the rain. It was a hot day. The farmers went to check if there was any water in the fields, and the people who raised bean worms observed how many worms had been washed away by the rain last night. The soybeans would mature in half a month. If they ate some shriveled beans, the beans wouldn't be full, so they were picked in advance and didn't wait for them to mature. The beans that were picked belonged to the category of green beans. They were cooked for the children and sent to the restaurant if there were a lot. The restaurant liked to buy green beans, but they didn't want shriveled beans. Under normal circumstances, If the restaurant couldn't pay the same price as the beans, the people who grew the beans wouldn't sell them. When the beans matured, they could be used to extract oil and make tofu by themselves. They could use the machine used to grind wheat flour. If they didn't have it at home, they could borrow it from others. After the soaked beans were ground out, they could go home and wrap it with gauze. They could boil the soy milk, or they could give some bean dregs, or a piece of tofu to the people who borrowed it. In addition, they could directly exchange beans for tofu. 1 gene of beans for 2 gene of tofu, and the tofu seller could earn a few taels of tofu. Their craftsmanship was not good, and they couldn't compare with the Li family zhuangzi. 1 gene of beans could produce 4 gene of tofu. The male eagle's injury hadn't healed, so there was ice in the cage and a basin next to it for the female eagle and the young eagle to bathe. It's a hot day today, so I'll give you some meat. Princess Yongmu and Li Yi fed the eagles again. There was a small bowl with ice water in it. Li Yi cut a piece of meat, and Princess Yongmu dipped it in ice water and fed it to the male eagle to cool down. The female eagle and the young eagle were wet. They had just run out of the water and shook off most of the water, waiting to be fed. It's still not smart enough. Tomorrow we'll go to Mount Li to avoid the summer heat and teach the young eagle how to hunt. If we keep feeding it, the young eagle will become a chicken. Li Yi began to worry when he saw the eagerness on the young eagle's face. Princess Yongmu didn't agree with the chicken. The chicken can eat by itself. It chases after dragonflies, spiders, insects, and small snakes. There are small water snails in the ditch in Zhuangzi. The chicken jumped down to eat them, and then jumped up. The children protested that the chicken eats small fish. Yes, the chicken is smart. Actually, as for a place to avoid the summer heat, the area between the Wulai River and the Luan River is better. Unfortunately, there are no villages or towns there. Li Yi thought of the mountain resort. There was a hot spring on top of Mount Li. It was a big lake. Since it was high above sea level, it was cooler than Chang, and there were more trees. Princess Yongmu thought about it carefully, but she couldn't remember where the 2 rivers were. She continued to feed them. After they go up, they will learn how to hunt. I think the female eagle is smart enough not to catch the livestock and poultry on the ground. Let me demonstrate. I'll throw a chicken out. No, I'll throw a live wild chicken out. Guazi will shoot an arrow and hit the target. The female eagle will understand and kill it. Li Yi wants to say, throw the chicken, but he can't react. If he tells the golden eagle that it can kill chickens, what about the chickens raised by others? Pheasants are different from chickens. Li Longji stood behind the 2 of them and watched. He did not attend court today, so he had nothing to do. He had delegated his authority. The ministers could not meddle in the battles. The grand chancellors did not have to meddle in the affairs of Guangzhou and Luzhou. The Tang clan of the local tribe was in charge. They took away the model of the boat, redemption coupons, fishing nets, and tools for work. The position of provincial governor of Luzhou was vacant for now. The former provincial governor, Pang Rinqing, had returned and was working at the canal. Pang Rinqing was greedy for the mountain people's tributes and did not teach them how to make good tools. When the Tan clan found out about this, they wanted to do it themselves. Li Yi gave them a series of terraced fields as compensation. Only then did Pang Rinqing return alive. There were no major matters in court. The memorials were sent over for approval. The weather was hot, so he did not go. It was hot today. He asked the Li family Zhuangzi to prepare mutton giblets, mutton and mutton fat, and send them to all the provinces under the control of the capital office, including those in the 20 outlying counties. He paid for the sheep, but the Li family Zhuangzi did not pay for the processing. When he saw the husband and wife were going to Li Mountain, he wanted to go as well. Li Longji was thinking about how he should go. He would not be able to return tomorrow or the day after. He would only stay for a night and spend most of his time on the road. He was thinking of an excuse to bring the ministers along when a group of people ran over to Li Mountain. The one in the lead was Gao Lisher. There was a large group of people behind him, including the people from the Imperial Physician Bureau. Li Longji hastily turned around and entered the house. Tao Hong and the others went up to him. Wu Jiu is about to give birth. Let's look for the county governor of Fangchu. Yes, the county governor of Fangchu and Li Dongzhu. Gao Lisher remembered Li Longji's identity as the county governor of Fangchu. Li Yi and Princess Yongmu, who were feeding the eagles, heard this and turned to look. A cart with a shed was pushed over. A person was lying on it, moaning softly. Li Lang, they said, it's Wu Jiu. She's about to give birth. Princess Yongmu did not like Wu Jiu, but she did not want anything to happen to her. Someone called the female nurses over. Let's enter the operating room and get ready to dissect. Li Yi's hands moved faster as he spoke. He cut the meat and placed it there. Princess Yongmu hastily picked up the plate and placed it in front of the male eagle's mouth. The male eagle lowered its head slightly and bit a piece of meat. It raised its head and swallowed it, then bit another piece. It did not feel very comfortable without ice water. Li Yi ran into the house and took out a small gourd. He poured the ice water inside and placed one hand under the male eagle's mouth while the other poured the water. The male eagle drank 2 mouthfuls. Li Yi paused for a moment. After a few mouthfuls, 30 female nurses ran over. They were already wearing white coats, so they went in to change, wash their hands, put on gloves, and put on hats. The shadowless lights were turned on. The male nurses went in to clean up the empty operating room, disinfected it, and ran out. The female nurses went in to disinfect, adjust the temperature, put all kinds of equipment in place, and take out the medicine needed for learning. Tao Hong and the others took over, and the others were stopped. Wu Jiu entered the hospital and went to the delivery bed. She first considered natural delivery. There were tools, including forceps and sputum aspirators. Li Yi took Princess Yongmu in. They changed their clothes and disinfected it. Then they waited outside. If natural delivery could be done, Li Yi would not go in. No, he had to go in. He was thinking about the historical Wu Jiu. Gao Lisher and the palace maids and eunuchs in Wu Jiu's palace also stayed in another room. There was a transparent glass where they could see Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. They were not allowed to go in without disinfecting it. The hospital's protection was layered and isolated. Li Longji, Empress Wang, the little fellow Li Tan, Li Dan, and noble consort Lu also came. Greetings, County Magistrate Fang Chu, Gao Lisher shouted. The people in Wu Jiu's palace saluted at the same time. Greetings, County Magistrate Fang Chu. They knew that Her Majesty was not Her Majesty now. They shouted to let Wu Jiu inside know that Her Majesty was here. Her Majesty did not ignore her. Her Majesty was here, so was Li Yi. If there was no other way, they could not care about the distance between men and women. Princess Yongmu and Li Yi inside stood together, which showed their relationship. What was wrong with the son-in-law taking care of the mother-in-law when she was sick? Shouldn't the son-in-law clean up the mess when a mother-in-law was paralyzed in bed? Now that the mother-in-law was about to give birth, there was nothing wrong with the son-in-law knowing medical books and helping to keep the mother and child safe. The people from the Zongjing Temple and the imperial astronomer had arrived and were waiting anxiously outside. Get the umbrella. The little fellow saw those people in the sun and took her mother's hand to instruct the winged knights. The winged knights immediately ran out to find umbrellas, chairs, tables, and water. Chapter 1130. The people of the Zongjing Temple had not seen the little guy for a long time. Now that they saw that the little guy was strong and sensible, they all exchanged glances. It meant that they were satisfied. This future emperor was good for the Tang dynasty. How old was he? He knew how to take care of people, was not afraid of strangers, and did not make trouble. A wet cotton towel was wrapped around his little wrist. He asked Empress Wang to pick it up and wipe the sweat off Empress Wang. Then he asked Empress Wang to pass it to Li Longji to wipe the sweat off Li Longji. The winged knights brought a basin of water. He squatted on the ground and washed it carefully. When he felt that it was clean, he twisted his little hand and wrapped it around his wrist again. This was the kind of child that other people wanted to bring back to their own home. The other eldest son, Li Tan, stood beside the retired emperor and held his arm. There was no hostility in his eyes. Instead, he had the temperament of a scholar. The people of the Zongjing temple looked at each other again. Prince Qing had changed. He looked like he could be the crown prince, especially on his face. The small scar was very shallow, and the big one was not so hideous. It was pink. It seemed that he could return to normal. The others were also looking at the two children. Li Tan seemed to have noticed. He turned his head to look at the others and nodded with a smile. The scar on his face was still there, but it made people feel that it was not a big deal. Li Yi is really extraordinary, a person of the Zongjing temple commented. At this time, the delivery room was very quiet. Wu Jiyu did not make a sound. She moaned before because she wanted Li Longji to hear it. She was indeed uncomfortable. Now that she was uncomfortable, she could endure it. Li Longji was outside, looking at many instruments that she had never seen before in the room. She understood that she and the children would not be in danger. She heard that Empress Wang gave birth very smoothly. She could not embarrass herself. The female nurses began to observe and guide her in a low voice. They had given birth to the woman on Zhuangzi and even dissected her once to assist Dongzhu. They remembered the process well. The children could actually be directly cut open and taken out. Less than half an hour later, everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the baby crying. Someone shouted from inside, "Mother and child are safe. We are weighing the child. It's 4 catties, 7 tails, 6 chien. 5.5 catties." Li Yi calculated the unit of measurement he used at that time. He felt that it was a little small and needed to be replenished. Later, they would start examining the babies. No wonder they lived for such a short time in history and had weak constitutions. He needed to take care of Wu Jiyu alone. He had to adjust her diet and increase the nutrients in her milk. Otherwise, she could ask the people who hadn't finished feeding her in the Zhuangzi to help feed her. The Zhuangzi ate well. The nurse took out the things that needed to be checked on the baby and handed them to Li Yi. Li Yi took them to another laboratory. Once the results were out, the child could also be brought over for a checkup. Then, based on his condition, he would need to be sent to the incubator. Li Yi cursed in his heart as he examined her. "Look at the date you picked. How are you going to sit during the confinement period?" It was probably Zhuangzi's turn now. Li Yi still wanted to go to Mount Li to teach eagles, but he couldn't go now. Not to mention Wu Jiyu. Any woman in the Zhuangzi or the palace who gave birth would make him stay, especially in the first few days of the baby's birth. He had to check on the baby every day and treat any illness. At the same time, he had to deal with the umbilical cord blood. He was collecting umbilical cord blood, mainly from pregnant women in the Zhuangzi. Then he would store it. If one day there was a problem with a child and the match was successful, he could use the umbilical cord blood of the previous child to treat it. Li Yi had a long lifespan and was beginning to learn about this technology. He mainly looked at it over and over again and then used animals to operate it. When the little guy was born, he didn't collect it. Now that Wu Jiu's child was born, the nurse was in charge of collecting it and handling it. This included the blood donated by the villagers. He would collect all kinds of blood, including stem cells, proteins, whole blood, red blood cells, and so on, and then put them in the blood bank. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage, but as long as he treated a patient with this method, all the lost lifespan would be replenished and there would be more. He would give the people in the Zhang family's village, the imperial plantation, and the migrant workers' settlement a jianbing fruit, the kind with 2 extra eggs. Then he would collect 200 milliliters of blood and come back to deal with it. The southwestern barbarians didn't need to give him a jianbing fruit. If he said he would take it, he would take it. Moreover, he also found special blood types, including Rh Yin and Yang blood types. In the entire capital government, he had found 5 people. 3 of them were slaves in the southwestern barbarian area, and 2 of them were in the livestock market in Shi City, Chang'an. Of these 5 people, 2 were positive and 3 were negative. These 5 people were taken care of by Li Yi. He gave them good food, drink, and exercise. He collected blood once every half a year and guaranteed that they would use it immediately when they needed it. He didn't ask for money, not at all. Li Yi thought that there were more special blood types among the ethnic minorities, so he collected it in case someone needed it. He took care of it and found that there were no problems. The nutrition was very balanced. When the child was sent over, he checked the child's body. The temperature was comfortable. The child closed his eyes and was checked here and there. Occasionally he would cry. After the checkup, he sent the child back. It was noon. Li Yi went out and looked at the Golden Eagle family. What should he do? Li Longji put on his disinfected clothes and went in. Empress Wang hesitated for a moment and followed. Li Tan took the little guy outside to play. Wu Jiu was breastfeeding the child, and the baby instinctively ate. Sister, what do you want to eat? Empress Wang touched her belly. She was going to have a second child. Sister, what do you think we should eat? Wu Jiu trusted Empress Wang, but she trusted Li Yi even more. She specially investigated Li Yi. Even if others were hostile and fell sick in front of Li Yi would save them. For example, shopkeeper Yu was so arrogant at the beginning. In the end, he died and was sent to Li family Zhuangzi. Li didn't say anything. Medical ethics. No matter how biased Li Yi was to Empress Wang, his medical ethics were not damaged. I've prepared several kinds of soup for you, sister. Kunbu pig kick soup, date cushion carp soup, cabbage milk tofu soup, mutton with scallions, and scrambled eggs with chives. Empress Wang immediately gave a bunch of recipes. She ate this, as well as the staple food fruits. What did sister eat at that time? Wu Jiu asked straightforwardly. I eat it every meal. You also eat it. It's important that you like to eat, but don't eat too much. You can eat more in a day. You should massage often and have enough milk. Empress Wang told her experience. What she enjoyed was the treatment of Li Yi cooking for her in person. At that time, Li family Zhuangzi's plan was not good enough. Now Li Yi didn't need to do it. Sister, I'm hungry now. I didn't eat last night. I felt uncomfortable and couldn't eat. I still felt uncomfortable in the morning. When I was about to eat something, I couldn't stand it anymore. Wu Jiu didn't complain. Actually, she had a glucose injection in her hand. She could only hold the baby with one hand. If it weren't for Empress Wang's help, she probably wouldn't be able to move her arm after feeding the baby. Bring them all. You can eat whichever is delicious. Brother, Yi said that you can only get milk by drinking more water. Is it hot in the room? Take a rest and change to a more comfortable courtyard. This is a hospital. The smell of disinfectant is not good. Li Longji wanted to kiss his son, even if his son looked like a monkey now. Not long after, a lot of things were brought over and placed around for Wu Jiu to choose. Chapter 1131. Ask Guazi to take the whole family. They know Guazi will stay with the baby. You come with me to make things. Li Yi didn't care about what was going on over there. There was all the food in the Zhuangzi. He wanted to make something else. It would be a snack for breastfeeding women. It could also be said to be a staple food. Princess Yongmu followed Li Yi. Li Yi went to the small kitchen to make water chestnut powder. The water chestnut powder was available now. The child could eat it as a snack. It could be boiled in salt water and eaten salty and sweet. Or it could be boiled directly and eaten sweet. There was a lot of starch in it. After making the powder, he added sesame paste. It depended on Wu Jiu's physical condition. If she drank soup with milk or drank too much water, he would add some garlic juice. If she drank too little, he wouldn't add garlic juice. Eating at the Li family Zhuangzi was like seeing a doctor. He ate what he shouldn't eat. If she had diarrhea from eating seafood, the Li family Zhuangzi had popsicles. She could eat 8 or 10 popsicles in one go. If she had diarrhea from eating popsicles, She couldn't eat popsicles anymore. She could drink a bowl of hot ginger water or eat a few ginger sugar chips. If it didn't work, she could quickly find Dongju. Diarrhea could also kill her. The two of them made water chestnut powder. Princess Yongmu said happily. She felt that it was meaningful to work hard for a baby to eat, even though the baby wouldn't eat it directly. The main thing is that we don't know her constitution. We'll see. Breastfeeding women need more protein and sugar. Too much sugar will cause problems. Honey is good. Eating too much will affect the metabolism. Garlic is the same, so put more sesame paste. There's sesame oil in the sesame paste. Coriander is hot, but cucumbers quench thirst. Let's also have some watermelon rind. Cut it into shreds and put it together with the cucumber shreds. Chili oil is a spicy food. Breastfeeding women shouldn't eat it, but chili oil can stimulate appetite. So let's add cheese to neutralize the chili oil. Li Yi muttered as he prepared the seasoning. He needed to know what to add and what not to add. Li Yi didn't match the rest, such as Fatty Big C, Luohan fruit, and Lady Ku. What we're making now is considered cold food. If you want to eat it hot, add chicken soup and yam pot and put this in. Li Yi had thought of many ways to breastfeed Wu Jiu. He didn't like Wu Jiu because, according to historical records, Wu Jiu didn't have the grace to be the mother of the world. However, they couldn't hurt their children because of the mother's problems in history. If the child didn't have enough nutrition from breast milk and died, it wasn't something that could be expressed with the word regret. After making the things, Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu, "You send it over. If she breastfeeds the baby, it'll be inconvenient for me." "All right." Princess Yongmu agreed and brought a bowl of noodles over. Li Yi poured another small gourd of ice water and went to find the male eagle. He didn't do any strenuous exercise, but he sweated a lot. The golden eagle's body was full of feathers, so it couldn't fly to cool off. When Li Yi was feeding the golden eagle, Princess Yongmu sent the water chestnut noodles over. The water chestnut noodles could replace the oil tea noodles. The boiled water in the highlands could be used to make it. After eating it, it could also fill one's hunger. The nutrients and sugar in the water chestnut noodles were better for people to absorb directly. However, there were few water chestnuts, and starch could be made in many ways. Wu Jiu was feeding her first child. She was in a particularly good mood. She was a mother. Then she saw a lot of things in front of her. Smelling the smell, she felt like eating everything. Princess Yongmu came. "Auntie Li Lang and I made a staple food for you, water chestnut noodles. Bring it over quickly. Yuan Shu has troubled you." Wu Jiu answered as soon as Princess Yongmu's voice fell. At the same time, she stretched out her hand. The child was in Empress Wang's arms. He would sleep after eating. Wu Jiu had never held a child before. Empress Wang took care of him carefully. Now that there was food, she took it, smelled it first, and tasted it. It's really Li Yi's ability. I've never eaten this taste in the palace. Wu Jiu tasted it carefully and gave a pertinent evaluation. She wasn't worried that she would be poisoned, and she wasn't afraid that her son would die in Li family Zhuangzi. There was also noble consort Lu next to her. She didn't have any biological children and liked every baby. If she and her child died in Li family Zhuangzi, would anyone believe it? Wu Jiu thought and took a bite. Then she couldn't help but smack her lips. Why did it taste so good? "Auntie, do you still want to eat? There's also some mutton." Li Lang said that Auntie should drink more water and eat less salt. However, you must control it, otherwise it will affect your health. Princess Yongmu took out a small jar. Inside was warm mutton that could be eaten with the water chestnut noodles. Can there be too much salt? Li Longji also wanted to hold his son, but this son was in the Empress' arms. If there's too much salt and sugar, the milk will contain too much salt. Too much salt will increase the burden on the baby's kidneys, especially the salt. Too much sugar will affect the baby's taste. Princess Yongmu began to explain what Li Yi said when making the water chestnut noodles. Zhuangzi had always required this, and now it was a theoretical support. "Your Majesty, I want to stay here for 10 days to half a month." "Wu Jiu begged Li Longji. She was afraid that there would be problems with the child. There were too many children who died prematurely. Any small illness would cause death. In Li family Zhuangzi, a small illness was a small illness. If there was a big illness, it would be handled by Li. Li family Zhuangzi had been here for many years. Except for the 20 people who died of natural causes, no one died under normal conditions. When the family members of the students came over, some of them died on the way, but when they arrived, they lived for a few more years. So far, there was no problem with the mother and the baby. No, there was a problem, but they directly cut open the belly and took the child out. Both mother and child survived. Wasn't cutting open the belly to take out the child a legendary thing? It was all about the pregnant mother who died and then found that the child was moving, cutting open the belly. There were even some mothers who gave birth to the child in the coffin. He had never seen those things and had only heard about it from others. Li family Zhuangzi didn't just talk about it, it was really done. The nurses followed and cut open the belly. There was no problem with the mother and child. I know you don't understand, and to a certain extent your IQ is not as good as that of dogs. But dogs are different from dogs, and eagles are different from eagles. IQ lies in nutrition. Why is the wolf's IQ high? The goose that looks after the house can never be compared to the dog that guards the house. The goose bullies the dog, but in fact the dog is tolerant. Li Yi muttered and fed the golden eagles water. He fed them ice water. His eyes never avoided the gaze of the golden eagles. Of course, his pupils didn't shrink because he didn't have the intention to kill. He muttered that there were some dogs that didn't belong to the house dogs. The owners were stupid and thought that the dogs they raised in the yard were all house dogs. The house dogs had nothing to do with the yard, and the house geese had nothing to do with the yard. In the real situation, Li Yi's geese didn't dare to fight with dogs. The dogs were chased by geese, and it was better to say that they were restrained by their owners. Could geese peck a dog to death? The attack power of geese was not as good as that of chickens. Whether it was pecking or scratching, there were wounds. What was the use of geese? If you gave them an arm, you could twist it. Wasn't it just a bruise? One hand would grab your neck. An old hen that protected its chicks was different. A swipe of its claws would leave several wounds, and a bite would leave a hole. Li didn't care about the ducks and geese. He valued the family of golden eagles that Princess Yongmu wanted to keep. The 4 golden eagles were close to Li Yi because they were afraid of Li Yi. Li Yi's eyes were different. If a normal eagle attacked a person, the person would be very scared and would dodge and run away. This was not a human instinct, but a violent gene that was restricted in society, especially for the people of Li Yi's country. Li was not. Li Yi himself was affected by the violent gene. If a golden eagle flew down to attack, he would raise his arm to protect his eyes and squat down to avoid it. But when his arm was caught, he used his other hand to swing his fist and hit. Whether it was an eagle or an eagle, they couldn't withstand a human fist. Would a special forces soldier be afraid of a one-on-one wolf? Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a human to lose in a one-on-one fight with a wolf. The weight of the body was 80 kilograms for a wolf and 120 kilograms for a human. How could a wolf kill? One-on-one, bite the throat, bite the thigh? A wolf's bite force was stronger than a human's. If you were given an arm to bite, the other arm would strangle your neck when you bite. Eat! We humans are different from you. We can't propagate violence, or there'll be more human killing each other. Li Yi fed and muttered. Chapter 1132. The people in Wu Jiu's palace stayed in the newly tidied independent courtyard. Wu Jiu never planned to go back before finishing her confinement, even if Li Longji wanted to go back at night. Empress Wang was pregnant and had just given birth. Li Longji didn't want to touch the palace maid, so she had to go back to find him. Li Longji didn't leave tonight. He came over for dinner and ate with Wu Jiu. The curtains were drawn. There was a light in the room, and a pink lampshade was added to make the light warm. The weather was hot, so cold light was generally better. However, considering the baby, warm light was used to avoid stimulation, even if the baby hadn't opened his eyes yet. The baby was sleeping like a monkey. He was lucky. Wu Jiu was breastfeeding early. He drank the first mouthful of breast milk after the examination, and it wasn't from the wet nurse. At this moment, the baby's task was to sleep, unlike herbivores who needed to stand up quickly after birth to avoid being killed. Come, eat bean sprouts. Li Longji put something on Wu Jiu's plate. The palace maid and eunuch stood still in the corner. Like Empress Wang, the rooms were rotated. There were a total of 3 rooms, and the layout was the same. In the dog days of summer, they didn't put ice in the room directly, and they didn't fan the room. They just went back and forth. For dinner, the Crucian carp pot was stewed first, and then vegetables and meat were boiled in it. Your Majesty, eat too. Wu Jiu was in a good mood. She gave birth to a son. What if there was a chance in the future? In addition, it was more comfortable to live in Li family Zhuangzi. It was better than living in her palace. The people in the palace weren't lively enough. Even if there were people, it still felt cold and cheerless. Li family Zhuangzi was lively. There were people walking around and children playing. Even at night, Zhuangzi was still lively. Empress Wang, retired emperor, noble consort Lu, Li Tan, and Shanga looked so good. Of course, the harem was not bad now. Since Empress Wang went back to tidy up the harem, there were fewer messy things in the harem. Wu Jiu enjoyed the warmth of home and ate her food in small bites. From time to time, she would look at the baby sleeping next to her. Everything was prepared. As soon as the baby started excreting, she would immediately take it to Li Yi. Li Yi wanted to check it. She even squeezed out some milk for Li Yi to check. If there was anything missing, he would make adjustments with the food. Everything that could be checked had been checked. Currently, the baby sleeping next to her was healthy and did not have any other problems. Li family Zhuangzi's medical skills are really good. Wu Jiu sighed with a little jealousy. When she was lying in the delivery room, she was surrounded by equipment that she had never seen before. It was said that those equipment should not appear in the human world. Li Longji cooked the meat himself. The world will only be at peace when the people of the Tang dynasty can use it. He knew that even though there were many medical books, advertisements in the newspapers, and forceps provided, there were still people in the capital who died during childbirth. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't have one. There was one who had a difficult birth. Li Yi cut open her belly to take the child. Both mother and child were safe. There were also children outside who were directly dealt with when they were born with disabilities. He couldn't ask all the families to send pregnant women to Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi would be too busy to take care of them. Your Majesty, someone in the imperial family said that they want Li Yi to treat them. Wu Jiu observed Li Longji's expression and said, "That's fine. Send those who are not in good health here first. They can be examined and taught by the nurses." Li Longji agreed. He was thinking about practicing. The equipment was there. The 90 nurses would operate and learn. In the future, they would operate and examine the patients alone. He wasn't afraid of people talking. If someone said something that shouldn't be said, what was the use of saying it? Brother, he could pretend that he didn't hear it. For example, now someone shouted to Brother E, "County Magistrate Fang Chu is your Majesty." Brother E promised to turn around and do other things. At the same time, the people around him could not hear. Then, the person who shouted would be taken away. No one in the family would be well. Look at Yao Chong. Ed came back from the iron mine. How did Brother E deal with it? Tell them to keep their mouths shut. Don't say things that shouldn't be said. I'll have to trouble Brother E to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Li Longji added. Wu Ji smiled. Previously, she thought of sabotaging and exposing Li Longji's identity. She wanted Li Yi and Li Longji to treat each other like monarchs and ministers. She didn't dare. If she was found out, It would be impossible to leave a complete corpse. Now it was meaningless. It was good for everyone to pretend to be each other. Bao, I doesn't have to be afraid of falling sick now. Wu Jiu glanced at the baby. Bao was a nickname. His real name hadn't been given yet. When he was given a title, he would be given a title of king. He would even be given a military position, such as commander-in-chief or protector general. He would receive extra money when he was given the title of king. The money would be placed in his mother's hands. It was a considerable income. If he was a daughter, he would be given the title of princess. She would also receive money. When the royal family's children were born, the imperial court would give them money every month. In the past, when the money was small, the rewards were small. As Li Longji's money began to increase, everyone's life became better. When you grow up, learn from Li Yi and help your elder brother do things. Li Longji was also in a good mood when he saw his son. The crown prince's people had made their decision. Unless Bao didn't learn well and went astray, Wu Jiu's expression didn't change. She still had a smile on her face. That's not a small business. It can support many people by the sea. Brother E is thinking about the steam engine ship. There are many places overseas. We need people to help educate the local people. The journey isn't very far. At that time, the railway will be built. The ship will reach the sea and the train will reach Chang. And now, it won't take more than a month to go to a place that only travels once every half a year. Li Longji was thinking about occupying territory. When the children grew up, they shouldn't fight in the Tang dynasty. There were places outside. When they went there, they would be the most powerful people in the local area. If they wanted to come back and stay for a few days, there were steam engine ships and trains. The steam engine ships didn't look at the direction of the wind. If the wind wasn't good now, it would take more than a month to travel from the Japanese Empire to the Tang dynasty. After that, it would only take a few days. Then, they would reach the port of the Tang dynasty. It would also take a day or two to return by train. As for Xinlua, it was closer. Or they could occupy Xinlua first. No, they should let the people of Xinlua live a good life first. The train would be built there. Then, from Xinlua to the Japanese Empire, the ship would be closer. Wu Jiu still didn't have any other reaction. I heard that the barbarians overseas are like wild beasts. You have to be careful. There are guns. When the children grow up, they will have cannons. Li Longji still insisted that the children go out. He didn't want them to wait for the throne in the capital. Why don't we wait for a while? When the male eagle's body recovers, the small eagle can learn to hunt. Princess Yongmu and Li Yi were eating. The golden eagle family was taken away by Guizi to Mount Li. There were many wild animals in Mount Li. It was the most suitable place for the small eagles to train. Then they will fly away. There are no eagles on Mount Li. They will go over and take a look. When they find that it is better than their original home, they will stay there. Only then can we have more contact. Li Yi had a plan. There were many people around Chang, and if the golden eagle family didn't want to stay, could they be locked up in cages? First, they would be sent to Mount Li. The female eagle would take the children to hunt. When they were hunting, they would find that it was a good place. It was better than their previous home. They didn't want to go back, right? They could build a nest here and eat fresh fish. When they saw the man who could fly in the sky, he wouldn't hurt their family. Chapter 1133. Dongzhu, pigeons, Dongzhu, pigeons from Guangzhou. Li Yi watched Princess Yongmu eat. When Princess Yongmu finished the last mouthful of rice and soup, she put down her chopsticks. Songda ran over. Princess Yongmu put down her chopsticks as well. She now followed the rules of eating. When Li Yi put down his chopsticks, she put down her chopsticks. Li Yi said a few times. She agreed, but still put down her chopsticks. So Li Yi could only wait for her to eat. When he finished eating, he picked up his chopsticks and drank his soup. Zhang Jiuling's letter? Let me see. Li Yi got up and went to rest. Songda handed over 2 small bamboo tubes. The tubes were sealed with lacquer and oil paper. The lacquer and oil paper of one of the tubes had fallen off. The pigeons had probably ground it when they landed to find food. Li Yi opened the bamboo tube and took out an envelope. There was a small lacquer seal on the envelope. There were more than 20 words written on it. A large number of merchants need toilet water. 5 times the amount in the capital. Deliver within a month. The deposit has been paid. It's not about the imperial court. It's about business. Li Yi showed the letter to Princess Yongmu. Did Li Lang deliver it? Princess Yongmu already knew what the toilet water was made of. It was difficult. It was just that little. If it was easy, no one else could make it. The price of toilet water was always high. It was stored in porcelain bottles. When it was wholesale, it was a small bottle of 100 milliliters. It was cheaper than the beginning. In summer, a bottle was gone with a wipe. However, it was usually placed in water. It was more economical to use that water to bathe and wipe the body. There were also people who dripped a drop on a wet handkerchief and wrapped it around their wrists to go out. She had her own, but it was not toilet water. She used perfume. She had a small glass bottle with a tube. When she used it, she sprayed it. She liked the smell of orchids, so she used orchid perfume. It was very light and was made of natural orchid essential oil. Send someone to deliver 100,000 bottles. I got 500,000. Also, send 2 pigeons back. Tell Zhang Juling to collect the taxes from the merchants. If you sell things, the merchants pay taxes. If you buy things, the merchants pay taxes. But they only collected tax from the Tang dynasty, which was an export tax. Also, send a few more cages of pigeons to them. I guess they will frequently communicate with Chang, and in the future. I hope Zhang Jiling will also send some pigeons over. Li Yi decided to sell it. Zhuangzi had produced a lot of it, so it was overstocked and stored in large glass bottles. There was a large pile of small porcelain bottles, which could be filled at any time, sealed and sold. He also knew that barbarian merchants would be able to earn at least double the profit if they bought the goods at 5 times the original price, or even more. Some natives had their own gold, silver, and other things. Barbarian merchants would buy them and exchange them with noble things. The leaders or chiefs of the natives would change things for their own enjoyment. Songda accepted the order and left. Li Yi had Princess Yongmu deliver the 2 bamboo tubes to Li Longji. Princess Yongmu went to Wu Jiu's place. Wu Jiu was breastfeeding her baby. The baby was hungry, so he opened his mouth and cried. Before he could cry a second time, he was picked up and fed instinctively. Li Longji watched from the side. Looking at his son's wrinkled face, he estimated that he would look very good in a few days. Princess Yongmu greeted him first and handed over the things. The city's shipping department sent a letter by messenger pigeons. Li Lang has already agreed to send 100,000 bottles. There are also pigeons. He also requested to collect import and export taxes from barbarian merchants and Tang dynasty merchants. It's all here. After she finished speaking, she looked at her new brother. The baby was eating very seriously, unlike some older children who needed others to coax them to eat. At this time, the baby didn't need to be coaxed. He was very hardworking and probably knew that he would starve to death if he didn't eat. Concubine, is there enough milk? Princess Yongmu asked Wu Jiu. Yes, there's enough on one side. We followed Li Lang's method of eating and massaging. Sure enough, after the baby was born, it didn't take long for milk to start, and there was enough milk. Li Lang also taught people how to knead in the newspaper. Many women who gave birth but didn't breastfeed were kneaded out. Wu Jiu's voice was very soft, for fear of startling the baby. The baby didn't care at all. As long as he ate, everything else could stand aside. Princess Yongmu said, I heard that there were some who needed too much and started breastfeeding in advance. If the intestines are cleared tomorrow, we'll have to check. It's ready. If it's not cleared, we'll have to trouble your Li Lang. Wu Jiu looked very easy to talk to. In fact, she was very conflicted. At first, she hoped that Li Yi would suddenly die and that Li Yi would protect Empress Wang. Empress Wang, who clearly didn't have a child, took the medicine prescribed by Li Yi and became pregnant. She even gave birth to a boy. A few years had passed, and she didn't want Li Yi to die. She knew how much Li Longji valued Li Yi. If Li Yi died, the first thing Li Longji would do was to make Li Jianyao the crown prince. If Li Jianyao died, Empress Wang's child would still be the crown prince. The position of crown prince didn't seem to have anything to do with her son. The people of the capital office also knew that Li Dongzhu supported Empress Wang. If Li Dongzhu was no longer around, Empress Wang's child must be the crown prince. That was Li Dongzhu's will. Li Yi's death didn't seem to be beneficial to him. His expansion was affected. With a bigger territory, wouldn't his child have more money to enjoy? He could even go to a faraway place and call himself king. Li Longji opened the other bamboo tube. The contents of the 2 letters were the same. Sigh. It's still my fault for not dealing with the Prime Minister directly and not writing to me. Li Longji was resentful. He thought that Zhang Jilin would at least ask about him. But he only wrote to Li Yi about the business deal. Zhang Jilin resigned because the Ministry of Personnel had created a group of county magistrates who couldn't write during the assessment. It was just a letter to persuade the people. Many county magistrates couldn't write it. What kind of joke was that? Li Longji thought that Zhang Jilin was angry and didn't want to talk to the emperor. Father, Ambassador Zhang probably thinks that the business deal doesn't involve the imperial court and has nothing to do with you. Princess Yongmu spoke up for Zhang Jilin. Why did he have to mention His Majesty when he was just asking for toilet water? What did it have to do with the imperial court if he just wanted something? That makes sense. Li Longji was in a good mood again. There was nothing wrong with following his eldest daughter's words. The baby leaned back and pushed with his little hands. He didn't want to drink anymore. He was full. Wu Jiu began to check if her son choked or vomited milk. When everything was fine, she held her son and looked at the contents of the letter. The newspaper said that one shouldn't put the baby on the mattress right after feeding him. After holding him for a while, the baby would fall asleep quickly. This large sum of money was probably exchanged with something. How much does Li Yi want to give? Wu Jiu looked at Princess Yongmu. 100,000 bottles, 500,000 taels. Princess Yongmu didn't hide anything. 1 entry and 1 exit. 100,000 taels of customs duty? Money is too easy to earn. Wu Jiu didn't have as much money as Empress Wang. Her palace spent less than 500 taels of money a month. Most of it went to the eunuchs and palace maids. She didn't need money. Her food and clothing were provided by Li Longji and the Li family Zhuangzi. This included fermented bean curd, shrimp oil side dishes, soy sauce, chili sauce, garlic sauce, perfume, toilet water, and so on. Chapter 1134. Wu Jiu knew the purchasing power of the capital's currency, so the price of food rose a little. There were too many foreigners, more than 3 million in total. The price of salt dropped a lot, and Shu County began to produce salt in large quantities. In order to reduce the impact of the price of salt, Shu County began to produce a large number of pickled mustard and preserved vegetables. When the mustard was transported to Chang, and the price was not low, the mustard in Chang and was different from that in Shu County, so it was impossible to make the same taste. Other mustard could be made into pickled vegetables. The clothes, handicrafts, porcelain, and vegetables produced by the capital's government were not only consumed by the people themselves, but also taken away by the merchants to be sold elsewhere. The merchants sent the goods to the capital's government and left with the goods or exchange coupons. The exchange coupons were money. Even if the merchants did not buy the goods back, they could still exchange the coupons for goods elsewhere. The key was that the exchange coupons did not depreciate but appreciated. The more remote the area was, the harder it was to receive the exchange coupons. In the past, the princesses sold their official positions for 30 coins for a small official. Those who did not have a real position were considered officials. They could get a real position and spend some money to get it. Now, the purchasing power of 30 coins was greater than before, and the people of the capital's government enjoyed the benefits of paper money. To be precise, they enjoyed the benefits of the Li family Zhuangzi's technology. When one could live a good life in the capital's government with a handful of coins, this handful of coins was more valuable outside. Zhang Jiuling's messenger pigeon could earn the imperial court 100,000 coins. Your Majesty, if Bai Zaifu knew, he would be happy. Wu Jiu thought of so much money and said sincerely, "Quick, put the bag down and go to sleep." Li Longji took care of his baby first, and the baby fell asleep. When the bag was put on the cotton mattress, his mouth moved, and his expression looked good. The cotton mattress was filled with cotton, neither soft nor hard. If it was replaced with duck down or cashmere, it would be too soft. There was a shed above the crib. When the baby slept, the shed would be put down to block the direct light, and the scattered warm light would pass over. When the adults went to sleep, the light would be turned off, and a small light would be left in the distance to provide dim light when the baby woke up. After 2 hours, they would need to see if the baby wanted to drink milk. This was the most torturous time, especially for breastfeeding mothers. In fact, it was also fine to use a milk bottle to fill the breast milk in advance. When the time came, it would be slightly warmed up for the baby to drink while the mother slept. However, it was written in the newspaper that if the conditions were met, it would be better for the mother to carry and feed the child herself. Wu Jiu chose to do it herself. Today was the first day, so she put on an eye mask. Actually, she couldn't sleep because she kept thinking about her child. Li Longji looked at his son and brought up the issue of taxation. That sum of money will be directly transferred to road construction. The Ministry of Revenue won't be able to get it. This tax would be used to build roads from Guangzhou to the east and west. The roads to the north of Guangzhou would be built by the Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial court. To go to other places in Guangzhou, there had to be a road if one did not take the sea route. The villagers in Guangzhou and Lu Zhou's hometown should have roads if there were villages. Zhang Jiling was responsible for the money. He knew the importance of the road and would not spend money recklessly, let alone embezzlement. He would definitely keep an eye on where every single cent was spent, giving it to the local people he hired. Based on his personality, he would definitely deal with any official who dared to interfere. His position did not give him the authority to deal with other officials, but he had the pigeons. If an official committed a crime, he would write an impeachment letter and send it back. How much would it cost to send a pigeon? According to Li Yi and her, they would definitely send an imperial edict back or send the winged knights over personally to give Zhang Jiuling temporary authority. Who would he kill? Your Majesty, is it worth it? Spending so much money to build roads in remote areas? Wu Jiu still thought it would be better to take the money back and allocate it to the imperial court. It's worth it, Li Longji said confidently. Envoy Zhang, the county premier of Jiayuan County, Yan, helped the Li family to build the road from Jiayuan County to Guangzhou. They offered twice the price of others, but the Jiayuan County actually gave it to them. In the Department of Shipping in Guangzhou, the sky was dark. Zhang Jiling was eating under a kerosene lamp. Sitting opposite him was Wei Yefeng. Wei Yefeng was helping the Li family Zhuangzi sell things. When Wei Yefeng first came to Chang, and he ran to Princess Yongmu and Zhuangzi to sell pepper powder, he put onion seed powder in it. Li Yi caught him and asked for onion seeds. He brought them over to sell. The onions had not been planted yet. It was not time yet. They could only be planted next month. They were planting seeds. After half a year, they would harvest the normal seeds. The bad seeds would be eaten and the good seeds would be kept. They would be planted in September, and there would be onion seeds in June of the following year. Like carrots and green onions, it would take 2 years to grow seeds. Without seeds, it would take 1 year. Wei Yefeng sold everything. The person who cheated him was also arrested and compensated with a lot of money. Otherwise, he would be threatened and beheaded. He did not send the goods back to Li Yi. He was temporarily in charge of intelligence work. Zhang Jiling had already collected a lot of taxes, mainly on the goods. The merchants did not have money. If they wanted to sell their goods, they had to pay 10% tax. Zhang Jiling took 10% of the goods. If they wanted to buy the goods, there was no tax for now. But the merchants of the Tang dynasty had to pay 10% tax. This 10% tax would be given to the merchants first. If they wanted to trade something, they would have to pay 20% tax. When Li Yi's letter came, he would give the merchants an additional 10% tax. The merchants of the Tang dynasty would have to pay 20% tax, and the merchants of the Tang dynasty would have to pay 10% tax. In total, it would be 30% tax. Was 30% tax high? 30% tax should be normal, right? This kind of tax was directly levied and not based on the price. Otherwise, with 100% tax, would the goods be confiscated when they were sent over? The 100% tax would mean that the merchants had brought over 500 grams of spices. Normally, the spices could be exchanged for a bolt of silk. If the tax was doubled, the spices would be exchanged for a bolt of silk. The spices needed to be sold for more than the price of a bolt of silk to make money. It depended on what the spices were. Food, 0 tax. The Tang dynasty lacked food. Come and sell it. If it was gold, 30% tax. Why would the people of the Tang dynasty need so much gold? If it was a necessity and irreplaceable product in the Tang dynasty, the tax could be reduced. Otherwise, the tax would be increased. This was the reason why the tax on luxury goods was high. Would they die if they did not use luxury goods? No. What about medicinal herbs? The Tang dynasty did not have them. They also needed to treat illnesses. 0 tax. Would they die if they did not use medicine? Yes. The Tang dynasty lacked food. Large amounts of food were sent over. The prices were cheap and there was no tax. They could even give some extra allowances. For example, the berthing fees for ships and other goods were reduced. There was a lot of food and the prices were low. This was a blow to the local farmers. At this time, the government could not increase the tax. They could only subsidize the food. The government would buy the food at a fixed price. This would not let the local farmers suffer losses. But they could not let the farmers stop farming. Otherwise, if the people who sent the food did not send the food, how many people would starve to death? When people traded with each other, they each took what they needed. But when it came to trading with countries, it was not so simple. Not only were there losses and profits, but there were also the basics. Chapter 1135. Li Yi had already written these simple contents into a book for the people in the imperial court. Zhang Jiling got a copy. He memorized it after reading it and felt that it was very reasonable. It turned out that tariffs were so simple. Of course, he didn't see the other book. It was the book that Li Yi taught the students in Zhuangzi. It involved the impact of importing countries on exporting countries' industrial layout and the impact of importing countries' exports on exporting countries' industries. It involved subsidies, market occupation, domestic overproduction, and the price of surplus products sold to domestic industries, consumption stability, and so on. Zhang Jiling didn't get any other books. He was very satisfied with one. He had been collecting taxes and giving the collected taxes to the businessmen in the Tang dynasty. The businessmen used money to buy the taxes and the actual goods. Zhang Jiling used the money to build roads. He used 1/3 of the taxes, 1/3 was sent back to the imperial court, and 1/3 was kept in his hands. After Wei Yefeng was cheated and caught deceiving people, he returned to his hometown like a star. His experience was too legendary. After being cheated, he went to Chang, and An was actually cheated to the place of Li Dongzhu's woman, Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu not only didn't punish him, but also helped him. It was said that the cheated seed was liked by Li Dongzhu. Wei Yefeng and a large group of people began to do publicity and buy things. They planned to go back to Chang and before the new year and spend the spring festival in Chang. And when he became famous, people wanted to know him and the people in his team. Someone found him and reported him. The clansmen of a deputy county magistrate in Zhangyuan County used twice the price to get the job of building roads. Why should they pay twice the price? Others asked for 100 coins to build a road, but the deputy county magistrate's clansmen asked for 200 coins. This road was actually given to the deputy county magistrate's clansmen. If you ask for 80 coins, it would be fine. How could you choose more than that? Ask the winged knights to do me a favor and catch them. I will ask them personally, Zhang Juling said to Wei Yefeng. 200 winged knights who accompanied Wei Yefeng stayed. 100 winged knights with Zhang Juling didn't leave. The winged knights adapted and trained in such an environment. They also observed and understood. They were also responsible for educating the local people in Guangzhou, especially the children. They couldn't write poems or songs, but they could write ordinary letters. He could also do arithmetic. He could do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. He could also do abacus calculations, draw maps, and calculate distances. Zhang Juling did not give them a salary. They even went out to sea to fish, and when they returned, they cooked for the students. The students' families had caught up with the ripening fruits and brought them to them. They then brought the students to make dried fruits and salted fish. Zhang Juling had never commanded the winged knights before, and now he needed help. The local tribes in Zayuan County were very powerful, and he had no power to capture anyone. Therefore, he had no choice but to intimidate others. I'll go inform them. Wei Yufeng stopped eating and ran out to find the winged knights. After a while, he returned and said they've left. They said that they've captured all the officials of the county government. I hope there won't be any casualties. Zhang Juling was a bit worried, afraid that the winged knights would die because of this. That's impossible. They're very powerful. If they're really injured, the entire county's officials won't just be arrested. Did His Majesty's private army need a reason to arrest people? If you dare to resist, then you're rebelling. Wei Yufeng lowered his head and continued to eat and drink. The wine he drank was only about 10% alcohol, and drinking it could improve his blood circulation. Guangzhou was hot and humid at the moment. The winged knights outside set off. Each of them was riding 3 horses, and they carried their belongings. They were all dressed in black. They did not intend to charge into Zayuan County to capture the officials. They wanted to launch a sneak attack. 2 hours later, when they were less than 5 miles away from Zayuan County, the team stopped. 100 people looked after the horses, and 200 people carried ropes, hooks, bows and knives, and stretchers. They first entered the county government office, where there were people on duty. The few people on duty were gagged and tied up before they could react. The winged knights carried them away, while the other winged knights went to the back of the government office, where the county magistrate lived, and there were bailiffs to protect him. A quarter of an hour later, the county magistrate's family was carried away on stretchers, and the entire county government office was empty. A total of 62 people were all captured and brought to a place 5 miles away. After a round of questioning, the winged knights went back again and arrested each family. Clan elders, deputy county magistrates, county military officers, and officials with even a little bit of an official position were all arrested. They were tied up and thrown onto horses to escape. This was the winged knights, special forces. They had received professional training, and it was not worthwhile to use them to fight the enemy head-on. Zhang Juling and Wei Yufeng ate leisurely, mainly chatting. They were not afraid of the food getting cold. It was already midnight, but the two were still eating. The imperial court sent a battle report to me, saying that they have occupied the land of Juku and are fighting ahead. Over at Hashi Jidushi, Hujiai City has already been stabilized. Zhang Shaosong is actually good at war. Back then, Li Yi protected him, and the emperor believed Li Yi. He even said that he would make up for it if he was not greedy enough. The censorate's impeachment was suppressed. I guess the censorate who impeached him is afraid, and his life will be difficult. You said that he was greedy, right? Zhang Juling shared important information with Wei Yufeng. Otherwise, he would not have anyone to talk to. He did not dare to mention the information that was sent to him alone. Wei Yufeng thought hard and almost scratched his ears and cheeks. Finally, he squeezed out a sentence. Greedy wrong. The emperor did the right thing. Oh, how was it right? Zhang Juling asked with a smile. Even if Zhang something was greedy in the past, the emperor forgave him once, and he will not be greedy in the future. I went to cheat people wrong. Li Dongzhu saw the value of the goods and knew that I was cheating to get back the cost, so he quickly sold the goods. The pepper part was exactly the same price, and the onion seed powder was extra. Li Dongzhu did not make things difficult for us. We know that we made a mistake and were forgiven once. If we make another mistake, it would not be too much to behead us. Wei Yufeng said simple words, but he was thinking of putting himself in the other's shoes. Zhang Juling smiled and nodded. You are not wrong to think this way. In fact, Zhang Shaosong is self-deprecating. He is too good at fighting. He massacred 3 cities and forced other people's emperors into the mountains. Massacring a city is a big mistake and goes against heaven. If he found someone to say that he was greedy, the imperial court would demote him. On the surface, he would be imprisoned, but in reality, no one would imprison him. He used this to appease the resentment of the western region and other tribes for massacring the cities. Wei Yufeng was a merchant who sold fake goods. How would he know that there were so many twists and turns in this? He was dumbfounded. Since that is the case, why not arrest him? At least give the people in other places an explanation that he massacred the cities. Because Li Yi did not allow it. If he massacred a city, then so be it. There is no need to explain. Only when the strength of both sides is about the same or when the weaker side will there be an explanation. Look at the new battle report. Li Yi pushed behind the scenes and spent a lot of money. He threw out millions of taels. Who would want an explanation from him? He will send troops over to explain. Zhang Juling understood that Zhang Shaosong was a grand scholar. He led 10,000 soldiers to fight, and in one breath he sent the other people's emperor into the mountains. Did this merit need to be greedy? Was the amount of money he had embezzled more than the reward? Could the amount of money he had embezzled be exchanged for the overall development of the family? Wei Yufeng was sweating. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead and rubbed it on his body. Is that so? Li Dongzhu knows? Many people know, but no one dares to support Zhang Shaosong. After all, he massacred 3 cities. Whoever obtains Li Yi will obtain the world. Zhang Juling also said what many people had said. Chapter 1136. Mr. Zhang, I've brought them back. While Zhang Juling and Wei Yefeng were eating slowly, there was a commotion outside. Light the torch. Zhang Juling put down his chopsticks and walked out. Wei Yefeng hurriedly followed. The Ministry of Shipping was a large government office with a 3-story wooden building. Zhang Juling didn't work or rest in the wooden building. The wooden building served as a lookout and defense, as well as a warehouse. There were 550 people in the Ministry of Shipping. Zhang Juling brought people from his hometown because he was worried about the locals in Guangzhou. Trade involved too much money. God knows who the locals were related to. 500 people were purely village soldiers, and 50 were students. Some were older than Zhang Juling. They couldn't pass the imperial examinations and couldn't work in the prefecture either. Zhang Juling needed documents, recruited people, and carefully inquired about the family situation. He didn't want anyone with bad conduct. He was famous in his hometown. After resigning, he came back to fix the road. It was the Li family Zhuangzi and Dongzhu of Chang, and who paid for it? The emperor gave the order. The repaired road benefited countless people. When they heard that he was coming to Guangzhou to be the ambassador and needed manpower, the people in his hometown eagerly signed up. The people who came were loyal to him. As soon as he gave the order, the torches in the courtyard were lit. A group of people were placed on the ground. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and their mouths were gagged. They looked very nervous. When they saw Zhang Juling in his official robes, someone made a sound with his nose. Zhang Juling walked towards a person. Wei Yefeng held a kerosene lamp to light the way. Zhang Juling looked at the person. The person looked up at Zhang Juling and made a sound. Zhang Juling personally untied the rope that was gagging the person. The person moved his tongue and pushed the cloth out of his mouth. Ba, Zhang Gong, may I know what this official has done wrong for you to capture me and bring me here? The person spat twice, then raised his head and questioned. Yan Jia, as a county magistrate, how can you do something corrupt? The road from Jingyuan County to Nanhai County has been fixed. Won't the people of Jingyuan County benefit? Zhang Juling directly said the matter and didn't have time to beat around the bush. Who said I didn't fix it? Yan Jia straightened his neck. So, you know that you have to spend twice the amount, and extra money will go to the Yan family. Zhang Juling knew the situation of the county. Almost all the officials in the county yamen had the surname Yan. The Yan family had a huge influence in the area. It has nothing to do with you. You are the city's ambassador, not the Guangzhou provincial governor. Yan Jia did not try to hide it. I'm the one paying for it. Zhang Juling was reasonable. How can you double the amount that I'm paying for it? Do you think I don't know how to build roads? Humph. Yan Jia turned his head, looking at him with a "what are you doing to me?" attitude. The county deputy Yan Bang, who was in charge of the operation, was standing at the side. No one paid attention to him. He whimpered. Zhang Juling went over to untie him again. Bah. Shipping envoy Zhang, we promised to fix the road. You don't have to worry about anything else. Yan Bang was equally unyielding. It seems that it's time to change the governor of Guangzhou. Zhang Juling understood everything. The other party had nothing to fear. The entire Ziyuan County belonged to them, and they were on good terms with the governor of Guangzhou. They were even in cahoots. Zhang Juling was in a difficult position. He did not have the authority to deal with the local officials directly, unless the other party was involved in smuggling and tax evasion. Wei Yufeng smiled and said, A group of people from Ziyuan County went to the shipping department to discuss with shipping envoy Zhang about tax evasion. Everyone was resting in the building and did not expect a huge fire to fall from the sky. When we found out, we came to help, but it was already too late. A group of good officials were buried in the sea of fire. As he said this, he placed the oil lamp on the ground and went to pick up the cloth and rope. What are you trying to do? You want to kill officials? This official. Someone come. Save me. Woo. Woo woo woo. Woo 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 woo. Yan Bang shouted as his mouth was gagged. Wei Yufeng went to pick up the cloth and rope and walked towards Yan Jia. Wait a minute, we can discuss this. It's just some money to build roads. Why do you have to do this? Refund the money. Yan Jia stared at Zhang Juling and said. Zhang Juling looked at Wei Yufeng and held back his laughter. He picked up the oil lamp and walked into the house. 80% of the money for building roads is enough. Yan Jia hurriedly said. Zhang Juling continued walking. 50%, the entire county will be able to build roads quickly and efficiently. Yan Jia lowered the price again. Zhang Juling pretended not to hear. I don't want money. The Yan family is willing to donate money to build roads for our hometown. Yan Jia was about to cry. Okay, write the document. Zhang Juling stopped and turned around with a smile in his eyes. You saved the alcohol. Wei Yufeng threw the things on the ground. What does it have to do with alcohol? Zhang Juling finally laughed. Make them drunk and release the rope on their hands before lighting the fire. If they drank too much and didn't run out, there would be traces of the things tied up. If they were strangled to death and burned, there would be no ash at the bottom of their throats. Wei Yufeng gave an answer. You know how to write. Zhang Juling's smile widened. I heard it from Li Dongzhu at the Li family Zhuangzi. Wei Yufeng laughed. The other people who were tied up had a look of fear in their eyes. Had he thought of how to harm people? Or was it a technical operation? Brush and ink were brought over. Yan Jia was watched as he wrote according to Zhang Juling's instructions. After writing, he pressed his fingerprint. There was no need for a seal. The seal represented the county office and had nothing to do with the Yan family. The other people who were caught all pressed their fingerprint. There were a few who didn't because they didn't belong to the Yan family. They were considered subordinates of the Yan family. If they didn't want to work in the government office, they had to obey. Send them into the building. I'm sorry for the inconvenience tonight. Zhang Jiling held a piece of paper. There was no smile on his face. The group of people were sent into the building and continued to be tied up. The things in their mouths were removed. They were afraid that someone would suffocate to death if they fell asleep. Zhang Jiling and Wei Yufeng went back and continued to eat and drink. Duke Zhang, will they be willing to repair the road? Wei Yufeng wasn't sure. If the group of people didn't admit it later, would they be caught again? It doesn't matter if the road is repaired or not. The Ministry of Shipping makes too much money, and some people are jealous. Today, it's driving Yuan County, and others are watching. Zhang Jiling's thoughts were not on the Yan family in driving Yuan County. He was worried that more people wouldn't be able to resist. It turned out that the officials of Guangzhou would reap benefits from buying and selling things in Guangzhou. The Ministry of Shipping was established and taxes were collected. Seeing the money flowing into the Ministry of Shipping like water, what would those who could reap some benefits before think? Including the provincial governor of Guangzhou and the army. Being the provincial governor of a remote place, they would definitely feel sad when they saw the money in front of them. As for repairing the road, what did the road have to do with them? They couldn't see the road and could only see the valuable goods. Wei Yufeng thought for a while and nodded. The Yan family won't let anyone touch them. They won't repair the road when they go back. They will even stop the merchants who pass by them or pretend to be bandits and rob them. You are smart. It was good to scare people before. Zhang Juling nodded. What should we do? Wei Yufeng always felt that he and Zhang Jiling were on the same side. Zhang Jiling helped him catch people and recouped his losses. He even made up for it. If Zhang Jiling couldn't do it and change to someone else, how would his group of people do business? The local officials would work with the new Ministry of Shipping to deal with him. Zhang Jiling drank a mouthful of wine. We have money. Yes, they want to rob us. Wei Yufeng drank a mouthful of wine and tasted bitter in his mouth. Our money belongs to the imperial court. I will write a letter and send it back with a pigeon. Zhang Juling wasn't worried and made up his mind. Chapter 1137. Impeach them, right? Wei Yufeng had learned this phrase before. Impeachment was to teach someone a lesson. Without evidence, they cannot be impeached. Do you know what Li Yi likes? Music, etc. Zhang Juling shook his head. I didn't stay long, so I don't know. Let me ask. Brother Pang, what does Dongzhu like? Wei Yufeng shouted to the wing knights outside. Zhang Juling replied, letters. Replying to Zhang Juling, sometimes he writes casually, sometimes he writes poems. The main thing is that Bai Zaifu always writes poems to Dongzhu to ask for peace. The person outside replied, many thanks. Zhang Juling thanked him and drank. He then fetched some paper and cigarettes. He spread out the paper and drank some wine. He paused for a few breaths before writing. Southern Yu, many mountains, the sea breeze lingering around the borders of the country. Money multiplies, competing for exchange. Trade, goods, all converge. Expensive, expensive, expensive. The sound of the tide at night, the stars and the moon shining brightly. Sitting with turbid wine, one's heart is unhappy. Good food, official position, Tempted by wealth, how can one accept bribes? Sin, sin, sin. After writing, he put down the brush and returned to eat. Wei Yufeng had just learned a few words. If he were to take each word out individually, he would be able to recognize it. But when put together, did he learn it himself? Li Yi wrote a bunch of poems in the past. Some of them are like this. If he likes them, he will write them for him. Zhang Juling smiled at Wei Yufeng. Li Dongzhu can understand them? Wei Yufeng couldn't understand them. If he can understand them, it means that he did copy them before. As he said, kill and bury him. Ask the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, and Censorate to interrogate him. Ha ha! Zhang Juling suddenly felt carefree and didn't care anymore. As long as he brought his men and the 300 winged knights to guard the place for a period of time, the imperial court would take action. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to touch the winged knights, including nameless bandits. Wei Yufeng laughed awkwardly. He didn't even know how to copy. For the next few days, bring your men to stay with me. Be careful, there will be trouble. I don't have enough men. Zhang Juling was worried about the safety of Wei Yefeng and the others. Someone wanted to do something bad and captured Wei Yefeng and the others. Even if he was released, he would have to suffer a lot. According to his calculations, he shouldn't care. When Wei Yefeng was captured, he would write a letter to Li Yi, and Li Yi would definitely be angry. However, the person Li Yi hated the most was probably not the provincial governor, but himself. He could write letters, but couldn't he save people? In order to avoid trouble, he called her over and asked her to stay together. Wei Yufeng understood this time and nodded vigorously. I know. I'll go now and get them to move. After saying that, he ran out. He didn't dare to delay. A commoner should have the awareness of a commoner. Zhang Juling wasn't sleepy, so he didn't eat. He sipped his wine and waited for Wei Yefeng's villagers to arrive. Stop, who are you? A shout came from outside. We're Lu Zhou's men. We know Li Dongzhu. I'm Tan Shui and my father is Tan Shida. We have the Tan family stronghold. I want to see eunuch Zhang. A woman's voice rang from outside. It sounded like she was not afraid of the winged knights. Do you have proof? The winged knights asked. Yes, I have Li Dongzhu's handwriting. He taught us how to better manage the terraced fields, how to build boats and weave nets. Can you read? Here. The woman's voice was confident. It sounded as though she was telling the truth. There's no need. Lu Zhou's Tan family stronghold. Come in, Zhang Juling said. Yes, eunuch Zhang, the winged knights replied. As expected, eunuch Zhang is the best. Eunuch Zhang, I brought many things for you. My father said it's not good to come empty-handed. Moreover, we're here to ask for your help. In other words, Li Dongzhu doesn't have to give us anything. Ah, I've misspoken. You don't think much of them, eunuch Zhang. You're an honest man. As the voice rang out, a woman entered the room. When she saw Zhang Juling, she smiled happily. Good day, eunuch Zhang. Good. Sit down. Men, serve tea. Zhang Juling felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this woman. There's no need for that. I'll take a sip of wine. In the stronghold, I can only drink secretly. Bring the things in. We're having trouble repairing the road. We'll wait for eunuch Zhang to come up with a solution. The woman saw a bowl on the table. Most of the bowl was filled with wine. She picked it up and gulped it down. Someone carried a pole and 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the floor. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with pieces of white wax. They were not made into candles. They could be melted to make candles. The woman, Qin Shui, pointed at the 2 boxes of white wax and said, I know eunuch Zhang often works until dark. I'm here to give you some wax. Please light 2 more. Don't hurt your eyes. You're too kind. Zhang Juling found Qin Shui even more pleasing to the eye now. Look at the things she gave and the words she said. Lu Zhou had silver, but he did not give them silver. Instead, he gave them expensive white wax. The texture of the white wax was obvious at a glance. It's too much. I can't accept it. These 2 boxes are worth more than 100 liang. Zhang Juling refused. Don't. If you have a brighter night, you'll be able to help the Tang dynasty earn more money. We're willing to let the Tang dynasty prosper. The Tang dynasty gave us benefits, and Li Dongzhu gave us money and things to repair the road. We couldn't do it after some time, so we asked eunuch Zhang for help. Also, we brought some specialties to Guangzhou. We want to trade them with barbarians and pay taxes to you. We brought everything we can offer from our stronghold and the surrounding strongholds. We came here on a new ship with 3,000 men to protect us. Qin Shui closed the box. She looked as though she had no other choice. 3,000 of you came? Zhang Juling suddenly stopped thinking about the white wax. What if we get robbed if we don't have enough people? All the strongholds brought out their good stuff. Qin Shui said matter-of-factly. Are you close to Li Yi? Zhang Juling asked again. I slept there. Qin Shui lowered her head. Her face was slightly red. Huh. Zhang Juling's eyes widened. Duh. And my elder brother also stayed there for a few days, Qin Shui added. Ah. Zhang Juling sighed in relief. Eunuch Zhang wants to borrow soldiers. Qin Shui reacted quickly. How did you know? Zhang Juling was wary. On the way here, I spread the news that the Wing Knights went to driving Yuan County to arrest people. Some of them even wore official uniforms and arrested a lot of people. Qin Shui looked for some wine. She still wanted to drink. Zhang Juling helped her pour some wine. Do you know why I want to borrow them? You're afraid of being beaten up. No, you're afraid of not being able to collect taxes. You have the Wing Knights. If you want to fight them, you can beat them with 10 times the number of soldiers. You want to borrow soldiers from me to collect taxes? You should send a letter to Li Dongzhu. We don't have many people, so I'll send one. Quick, go back and get a few boats. Tell Ada to start work. Mobilize 20,000 people and say that the goods are going to be robbed. The other strongholds send people and tell the strongholds here not to move. It's a favor. Qin Shui made the arrangements. She wanted to mobilize soldiers. At the same time, she contacted the villagers around Guangzhou. Everyone was about the same and should not interfere. There's no need. There's no need to mobilize them. There's no need to worry about the villagers. They know how to repair the roads. Zhang Juling hastily stopped her. He was worried that Lu Zhou's villagers would attack the provincial capital. He was not worried about the villagers' safety. If they wanted to attack, so be it. He had Li Yi behind him. However, he felt that it would affect the trade. The people who were about to leave looked at Qin Shui. Qin Shui rolled her eyes. Eunuch Zhang, are you close to the villagers? It's better if the roads are repaired. We can't mobilize them. Zhang Jiling's house was surrounded by villagers. He was familiar with the situation. Chapter 1138. That's already not bad. The locals have been with the mountain folks for a long time. As long as the mountain folks don't beat you up, it proves that you're capable. Tan Shui sincerely praised Zhang Jiling. Shouldn't you be proud that the local big families had connections with the Aboriginals, but they couldn't mobilize the Aboriginals to deal with you at a critical moment? Because they know that Li Yi and Li Yi sent the Wing Knights to deliver the malaria interception pill to them. Zhang Jiling was depressed. Yes, but at least you were originally from this place. There were also mountain people in your guards, right? There's no place of origin. When Tan Shui heard about the malaria-severing pill, he admitted that this medicine could bribe the Aborigines. Other than having money, tools, and the support of the imperial court, her family was able to contact more strongholds to build the road together because her family had given the other strongholds a few malaria prevention pills. The chief of the stronghold possessed the malaria severance pill, and the people in the stronghold supported it even more. If there were 2 people fighting for leadership in a village, and one of them got the malaria severance pill, the other could only admit defeat. There was no way they could fight. If they could fight, what was the point of fighting? Mr. Zhang, I'm back. We heard the news on the way back. Everyone knows that Yan Jie and the others have been arrested. Many people were woken up to talk about this. Wei Yufeng shouted as he ran in. When he saw a woman, he was slightly stunned. Get me another bowl. I'll use this one. Tan Shui instantly realized that he was using the other party's wine bowl. Okay, you can use it. You're also hiding because you're afraid of danger, right? Don't worry, we're here. Wei Yefeng understood that it wasn't easy for girls. Thank you. Tan Shui sincerely thanked him. You're welcome. It's my duty. You're so weak. Wei Yefeng ran out again to settle his men down. He didn't have the mood to drink, since he didn't need the bowl for the time being. Eunuch Zhang, there are problems with the road construction. Can you help us think of a solution? The main problem is that we have never opened a mountain before. You have opened a very big mountain pass. Tan Shui got down to business. She had gone to sell things and asked Zhang Juling about his experience in opening a mountain. Lu Zhou had yet to appoint a new provincial governor. If it were not for Li Yi, he would have killed the original provincial governor and lit a sky lantern on the spot. How dare you lie to us? You can cheat us of our tribute, but we will suffer a loss. If you don't tell us about the new farming tools, how much less grain will we plant? Some people went hunting in the mountains because they didn't have enough food to eat. They were injured by wild beasts and fell down, never to be revived. He couldn't trust the officials there. Some of the officials actually ran away on their own. They must have done something bad. This mountain... Zhang Juling didn't hide anything. He asked Tan Shui to sit down and explain the process of the road construction. In the beginning, he didn't have much experience. It was all up to everyone to figure out how to work. He told Tan Shui what had happened as if he was telling a story. The problems involved in the story could be understood after listening to it. Moreover, it was more vivid and specific. Tan Shui called a few people over to stand at the side and listen. There were people from the other strongholds, so everyone listened. Cut the mountain path into sections and dig from the top, but be careful not to collapse. If you see a place that will collapse, use a drill and hammer to hit it. Zhang Juling emphasized again. Tan Shui thought for a while. It means that two songs should open up the entrance of Difeng Mountain a little wider and try to move away as much of the soil as possible. Otherwise, it will rush down when it rains. Then, on the mountain of rocks, when they saw a big rock, they either ignored it or dug out the whole rock. Then they planted trees and plum trees. When passers-by are thirsty and plum blossoms are in season, they can pick the plum blossoms and eat them. The plum blossoms are also beautiful. So that's why Mr. Zhang planted plum trees there. When the plum blossoms ripen, the weather is hot, so he was afraid that he would get sick. Tan Shui understood. When planting plum trees, the weather in the south was hot early. When they were on the road, they would eat plum blossoms so that they wouldn't fall down. Eating more plum blossoms could also fill their stomachs. At least they wouldn't starve to death. Zhang Juling nodded. Now, we're going to find a place to burn cement and see where the stones are suitable. It's easier to use cement to build canals than to dig canals. We have stones and coal there, but we have to dig a well first. It's very tiring. We have to build a lot of supporting frames. We also have to see if there will be water seepage or if there is poisonous gas. The news of how to burn cement had already spread to all parts of the Tang dynasty and was spread through the relay stations. Tan Shui's stronghold got the location of the coal mine provided by Li Yi and sent people to dig it. As expected, they saw it. They didn't plan to use a vertical shaft to lift the coal. It was too deep, and it was not easy to dig underground. They planned to dig diagonally and make a big hole. Then they would build a frame and carry people up. Alternatively, they could build wooden tracks and have livestock pull their carts along the wooden tracks. With coal, they could cook it, and the coal could be used to make steel. It was convenient to burn ceramics as well. When it was cold in winter, they could build a brick bed. They only needed to burn a little to keep them warm for a night. Where did you find the coal mine? Zhang Jiling was envious. Ah, the location Li Dongzhu gave us is very accurate. He said there's one there. After digging for more than a month, we found it. Tan Shui nodded her little head. Zhang Jiling sighed. Li Yi is still the best. If Li Yi had a department of shipping in Luzhou, I don't think anyone would dare to play dirty tricks behind his back. That's right. If Li Dongzhu goes to Luzhou, we'll help him. Don't talk about playing dirty tricks. If we make him unhappy, we'll wear him up and put him up for others to see. Tan Shui expressed her stance. When she said wear him up, she meant wear him up. She would wear him up on a sharp wooden pillar. Another way was to light a sky lantern. The ribs and flesh above the heart would be opened, and a candle would be placed between them. When the candle was lit, the candle would be placed on the heart. Both methods would not kill the victim immediately. Those who looked at them would feel chills running down their spines. Zhang Jiling was slightly envious. Look, Li didn't even come. He said he'd help. I even asked the winged knights to help. If it were Li Yi, the mountain people would charge straight to Ziyuan County. The officials of Ziyuan County immediately fell to their knees. If they did not kneel, they would die. The mountain people did not care if they were officials or not. If worst came to worst, they would just hide in the mountains. If they wanted to, they could surround and annihilate them all they wanted. Is Eunuch Zhang here? A voice rang from outside. Zhang Jiling shook his head. Is it Provincial Governor Huang? I'll go out and welcome him. There's no need for that. It's fine as long as Eunuch Zhang is here. I've just caught a big blackfish. I heard Eunuch Zhang has pickled cabbage and chili. I'd like to have some with you. As the voice rang out, a man in his 40s walked in with a black fish in his hand. The black fish was a river fish, not a sea fish. The fish's gills were pierced, and it was not dead yet. Yes, there's some chili oil that Li Yi sent over. It's sealed in oil and the taste is still there. The people here are afraid of spicy food. The pickled cabbage was also sent over by Li Yi. He said the air here is humid and the food here has to be adjusted. Actually, I'm a local. Zhang Jiling gestured for his men to take the black fish and cook it into pickled cabbage fish with chili oil. Tan Shui, this is the provincial governor of Guangzhou, Huangin. His courtesy name is Biangu. This is Tan Shui from Luzhou's Tan family stronghold. He brought 3,000 mountain people here to trade and pay taxes. I think we should exempt them from paying taxes. They're repairing the roads, and Li Yi has given them money and tools. He also supports them in the imperial court. Men, take away the banquet and replace it with another one. Don't throw away the banquet. Save it for my family. It's almost dawn. Zhang Jiling had said a lot in his speech. He had expressed what he wanted to express. It was up to Huang and if he could understand him. Tan Shui's eyes darted around as he smiled. Chapter 1139. Everyone was excited. Huang and was here to negotiate and ask Zhang Jiling to release the captives. Zhang Jiling told Huang and that the 3,000 soldiers of Lu Zhou's mountain villagers were on his side. Moreover, Li Yi was very concerned about repairing the roads. Repair the roads. Don't take things you shouldn't take. For example, that person. Also, I can't even bear to throw away the vegetables I removed for my family. I'm that poor. The sun will rise sooner or later. There are some things you can't hide from us. As a provincial governor, Huang understood this. He looked at Qin Shui again. His attitude changed. He smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, little Miss Qin." "Nice to meet you, provincial governor. You're a high-ranking official. I think Provincial Governor Huang is better than my Provincial Governor Pang Rinqing. Pang Rinqing dared to lie to us and demand tribute from us. He didn't even tell us about Li Dongzhu's new tool. If Li Dongzhu didn't plead for mercy and said he'd teach him a lesson, we would have kept him here." Qin Shui did not even look at Huang In. She raised her bowl of wine and took a sip as she spoke. There was no more food. Huang An's expression changed slightly. However, He quickly regained his composure and maintained his smile. He was angry and afraid at the same time. A little girl dared to threaten him. Most importantly, this threat was indeed powerful. She was not alone. She represented the Tan family stronghold. The Tan family stronghold was quite influential in the area. Pang Rinqing, you're a fool. Why did you offend the Tan family stronghold? Was Song Jing powerful? The current Grand Chancellor had asked him if he dared to do so. If the officials forced the people to rebel and the mountain villagers were massacred by the provincial governor's mansion, the imperial court would only send an army over. If the mountain villagers did not destroy the city and kill the civilians, they would be pardoned. If they killed the civilians and destroyed the city, only the main culprit would be punished. If it were the Tan family's stronghold, the imperial court would not be willing to do anything. There were too many people. The Tan family's stronghold had more than 10,000 capable men. They could contact other strongholds and gather 30,000 men. By capable men, it meant they could fight. Unless they rebelled, no one would be willing to lead an army to fight with 30,000 aboriginals in the mountains. Huang and could feel the little girl's arrogance toward him. Endure. The cold plates were served. There were steamed chicken, water chestnut pudding, fish, and braised pork trotters. These dishes should have been eaten in the morning. Now he took out some of them. It was already past midnight, and the sun was rising early. After eating for a while, the sun would rise above the sea. The black fish could not be served in a short period of time, at least 45 minutes. Wei Yefeng came back, but he couldn't sleep either. He noticed Huang An's astonishment, but soon after, he thought of something and understood. Looking at the pretty girl again, she was still there. You don't have anywhere to sleep at night, do you? Where are your family members? Wei Yefeng was just purely concerned. He had a wife, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Atta and elder brother are at home. The other relatives are outside, waiting to be arranged. Qin Shui took the initiative to pour wine for Wei Yefeng. He had used Wei Yefeng's wine bowl earlier. Wei Yefeng nodded his head in gratitude. Why don't you put your men over at my side? I have a place there. I can't. I brought 3,000 men with me. Qin Shui was grateful, but he refused. What? Wei Yefeng didn't hear clearly. She's the little princess of the Tan family stronghold. Tan Shui, Zhang Juling said bluntly. He should not have addressed her as a princess. However, Wei Yefeng felt that it was more appropriate to address her as a princess. He had heard that Lu Zhou's greatest force was the Tan family stronghold. Compared to the Tan family, the Yen family in driving Yuan County was nothing. The Yen family could only bully the common folk with their positions and manpower. However, the Tan family was not a bully, they were an army. They claimed to be plundering water for farming, but the Yen family had sent hundreds of men to intimidate the other villages. If they were facing the Tan family, would the Yen family fight? Can't we sit down and talk things out? Look at how many people there are in my stronghold, and we need water for farming. Can't you give in? We've brought wild game here and we can eat and drink together. Aren't we happy? There's no need to fight, right? The Yen family was right. They were grateful for the Tan family's hospitality. Duke Zhang, I've mobilized more than 40,000 men to mine coal and nearly 70,000 men to repair the roads. I reckon the coal will be ready by next month. When the time comes, we'll make cement. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you at a cheaper price or sell you coal. We know how to make coal, and it's easy to burn. Li Dongzhu even taught us how to wash coal. When the time comes, we'll pick out the waste and cook it ourselves. Tan Shui did not have the time to entertain the provincial governor. She was the one who requested to lead the team. If she could not complete her task well, how could she leave in the future? Zhang Juling pondered for a moment. Coal. When the coal is delivered, we have the raw materials to make cement as well. We'll pay the workers when they're working. I plan to bring the mountain people with me. The mountain people aren't difficult to interact with. They hope that a good official from the imperial court will lead them to a good life. Alas! Zhang Juling shook his head as he spoke. He did not look at Huang In. When Wei Yefeng saw this, he wanted to laugh. To think that a provincial governor like you would have such a day. When I was deceived and came looking for you, you didn't even want to meet me. Later, when I returned from Chang, and with the things Li Dongzhu gave me, you wanted me to share some with you. The braised pig trotters taste good. I learned it from the Li family Zhuangzi. Huang In could bear it and laughed as he spoke about the pig trotters. He could not afford to offend any of the 3 people sitting here. Wei Yefeng, who seemed to be the easiest to provoke, was actually selling things for Li Yi. Who would dare to touch Tan Shui? Was he tired of living? Zhang Juling, who was sitting in front of him, resigned in anger. Li Yi gave him money, and the emperor gave him money. After the road was repaired, he turned around and became the city's ambassador. Huang And did not become an idiot because the Guangzhou Department of Shipping made so much money. He was afraid of Li Yi. How powerful Li Yi was. How could he not know by looking at the exchange coupons issued by the Li family Zhuangzi? From Chang and to Guangzhou, merchants recognized that as long as you had the exchange coupons, the merchants would sell you things and even give you discounts. A person who could issue currency and still live a comfortable life had already explained many things. In particular, this person's Zhuangzi was close to Chang, and no one wanted to deal with him. The people from the Yan family are with me. Take them away later. They promised me to pay for the road from Yunyuan County to Nanhai County. Zhang Juling was very direct. He really could not judge those people. He was not qualified. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Huang And clasped his hands. No matter how he would deal with their mutual concern in the future, at least he gave him face today. Look, they were caught. He came over and brought them back at dawn. Those who did not know the specific situation would think that he was very capable. The people caught by the winged knights, Mr. Zhang, no, I can't take them away. After I finish my meal, you can release them. I will arrange for people to wait outside. Huang In was sweating. He almost did something wrong. The people caught by the winged knights, he went there and released them. He wanted to suppress the winged knights. Zhang Juling, you are too bad. You dug a hole for me. Oh, I didn't think it through. I should have released them alone. Zhang Juling patted his head to express his apology. It's okay. It's too late. Mr. Zhang has been working hard for days. It's all their fault for disturbing you. I was just greedy. I saw a good black fish and thought that Mr. Zhang had good seasoning. Huang And helped to find an excuse. Yes, you did not cheat me. You are right. Chapter 1140. The pickled fish made by He Yu was ready. It was served in a big pot. When Tan Shui saw the big pile of food, she thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. Sister, sister, come in and eat with me, she shouted outside. Yes, yes, yes. Call the people close to you here. There's too much food to eat. It's just one more mouth, Huang In agreed. Then he saw Tan Shui's sister and was speechless. He saw a black man who was about 8 feet tall. Sister, sit beside me. Mr. Zhang, my sister's family is very pitiful. When she was young, she was captured. Her whole family was captured. Then they were sent here by boat. Coincidentally, there was a storm and the boat was blown to my place. I shouldn't have cared, but I watched her grow up with me. Tan Shui introduced her sister. She was captured, and then the boat had an accident. The Kunlun slave's family was bought by her family. At that time, she was young and felt that she had a playmate. So be it if she was a little black. Then, as she played with her, she realized that her sister was so tall that ordinary people couldn't afford to raise her. She could eat too much. Now, when she saw that there was a lot of food, she remembered that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't allow waste, so she called someone to eat with her. What's the plan in the future? Wei Yefeng thought about the Kunlun slaves. I bought new Kunlun slaves. There's a man. I'm going to betroth my sister to him. Anyway, they're all from the stockade, so we're close. Tan Shui said and looked at her sister again. She lowered her head slightly. Her face was red. Sister, here's some wine. Tan Shui moved her wine bowl over. You can't drink. I have to protect you. She moved it back. She cherished her life very much. When her family was captured, she was already 7 years old. She knew how hard life was. Then there was a storm. From then on, everything changed. Bring back the dishes that were taken away just now, Zhang Juling ordered. So, when the dishes were brought back, she didn't mind. She ate all kinds of food. After 15 minutes, she left. Everyone was relieved. They wouldn't waste food today. After drinking wine and cutting half a chicken, there had to be something to go with the wine. Not only the pickled vegetables and fish, even the soup was gone. We should have prepared the staple food, Wei Yefeng muttered. Tan Shui didn't think much of it. Sister is indeed a glutton, but she can also fight. If she doesn't use a bow, normal winged knights won't be able to defeat her, except for Elder Gua. Tan Shui also knew how powerful Guizi was. Some of the winged knights were outstanding, and they were not judged by their size. When he was in the Li family Zhuangzi, there was a winged knight who was much shorter than him. He was as agile as a monkey. That person was very fast. When he used a knife, he would surround people and attack. He also had a crossbow in one hand. If he didn't shoot, he would use a knife in close combat. It was very terrifying. The crossbow could be fired at any time. His sister would probably not be able to fight with that shorty and would be at a disadvantage. At dawn, the 2 pigeons were released by Zhang Juling, along with Yan Jie and the others. They spent the whole night in fear, fearing the fire. When they came out and saw Huang, and they really wanted to cry. Governor Huang, this won't do. There's so much money. Yan Jie said this when they met. Huang and looked at the sky. Just now, 2 pigeons flew away. The pigeons had bamboo tubes attached to their legs. Why do we have to be greedy for the money to fix the roads? Once the roads are fixed, won't we have more money? When the time comes, we can slowly earn money and no one will notice. Huang'an was angry. Everyone was fixing the roads. You should fix the roads first. Why are you eyeing the money for the roads? Once the roads are fixed, it will be easy for you to earn money in the future. Let's test Zhang Jiling and see how he will react. I thought he would look for us and tell us. But in the end, he looked for us and got someone to capture us. Yen Bang was very depressed. Who in the bureaucracy would capture someone just like that? Let's go back first. You guys fix the roads. Huang and reminded them based on their previous friendship. After he finished speaking, he left. Whether the roads were fixed or not had nothing to do with him. He had already done his duty. He was going to fork out money to fix the roads. He had to fork out money. Brother Dongzhu, when are we going home? It's already half a month ago. Qin looked for Dong Shuebing during breakfast. She had not seen her family for the past 5 days. It was the same for the other children. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Li family's farmstead, the children would have quit long ago. The Li family's farmstead had all sorts of fun things to play with, and the children all approved of the Li family's farmstead. You can only go home after the houses are fixed. Now that the houses are finished, the interior is very damp. I cannot afford the paint. When you go home, the walls will be white and you don't need to paste newspapers. Although newspapers are very cheap. Do you not want to be friends with me anymore? You are in a hurry to go home. I still want to bring you to other places to play. Li Yi explained patiently and started to play tricks again. Qin was afraid of this. She grabbed Li Yi's arm and shook it. No. You and I are the best. Then let's go home and take a look. We will come back after that. The main thing is to dig the cellar. It's not the cellar under the main building. It's the cellar under the warehouse. The cellar under the warehouse is a fixed cellar made of bricks. Cabbages, radishes, and green onions are placed under the cellar. The cellar is used to store ice. When winter comes, we can put things in different cellars. Will there be good things to use all the time? Li Yi knew why the progress was slow. It was because they added more things. The livestock shed, the pigsty, the chicken coop, the duck and goose shed, the vegetable cellar, the ice cellar, the pond, the pressure well, the ditch in the courtyard, the outdoor toilet. The children's parents were very busy. They also had to tidy up the fields. They could not take care of the children. Anyway, the children were left in the Li family Zhuangzi. Did they need to worry? It was safer than their own home. There were times when they could not take care of the children. The Li family Zhuangzi did not exist. Li Yi dared to bring Qin back because the whole environment had changed. Qin would not have any specific memories. Qin did not know that the whole village changed because of her. The people who paid the price were the Japanese Empire. Okay, I want to go back and take a look. Qin was very happy. Dongzhu, these two are for you. When Li Yi was talking to Qin, the palace made beside Wu Ji ran over and handed over 2 glass bottles. Wen Tian, take Qin to play. Li Yi took the 2 small glass test tubes and hurried to the laboratory. The children excreted, big and small. There was no problem when they were born. They still had to check now. Half an hour later, Li Yi came out. For the next 3 days, add 1 tail of lamb liver to every meal. It's just a little bit missing. It's fine if you don't eat it. He gave a feedback. The palace maid ran back and told Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu suddenly felt that the lamb liver was delicious. 1 tail, right? Eat. 1 tail now was more than 40 grams. It was different from the 1 or 2 meters of rice in the school cafeteria at Li Yi's time. If 1 or 2 meters of rice represented 50 grams of steamed rice, then the school leaders should be punished. 2 taels of rice was the same as the shumai in Inner Mongolia at Li Yi's time. Rice referred to 2 taels of raw rice. It was not steamed. The shumai in Inner Mongolia was more interesting. Generally, it was 1 tael. 2 taels were edible. 2 taels was the weight of the shumai skin, not the overall weight of the shumai. Chapter 1141. The weather was still hot. It was hot in the middle of the night, but after waking up early, it felt cool and refreshing. A group of children sat in the carriage and rushed back to their homes. Children from the surrounding villages followed them to watch the fun. The procession took a detour from the south of the city, avoiding the tracks outside the city. The public carriage's horses had bells around their necks, which jingled as they walked. The coachman looked ahead warily and noticed that someone was distracted. If they did not move, he would pull the horse back. There were many people in the south of the city. They continued to build houses and did not plant trees. With trees, it was not easy to find criminals. It was empty and the patrolling officers could see the situation clearly. The bailiffs were understaffed and were recruited from the commoners. They were paid 5 coins for 2 hours of patrolling. They were not needed during the day, but at night they could only patrol for 4 hours. When the passers-by saw the ambulance appear, they stepped aside and bowed. This includes the newcomers who arrive with a house, a job, and cheap furniture that they need to pay for. Everyone who arrived at the government office would first go to the registration area to explain the situation. They were asked what they knew and were given jobs based on their skills. Those who did not know anything were given jobs based on their strength. As long as they were willing to work, they would be able to eat. When they arrived at the government office, they did not need to drink water, urinate, or defecate. They could also eat at the market where there was cheap food. The commoners knew that this was a gift from the emperor and Li Dongzhu. Li Lang, there are many people in the government office. If we add more people, will there be people who can't find jobs? Princess Yongmu looked out of the window. The people outside had a sincere and curious look on their faces. It was obvious that this was the first time they had seen an ambulance. Handicrafts can solve the problem. The key is the transportation of raw materials. The government office itself cannot provide too many materials. Li Yi was not worried that the commoners would not be able to find jobs, especially in the winter. The greenhouse was different from growing vegetables on the ground. It required more manpower to transport the vegetables out of the greenhouse. Even if the cucumbers were not sprayed and stored normally, they would not spoil in half a month. It was just that they would look a little wilted when they were sent out. They could store the cucumbers in the fridge for half a month if they were wrapped in a bag. But they could not be used, as the top part would rot first. There were also eggplants, chrysanthemums, and other vegetables that could be stored for a period of time. Now that it's the season, it's time for them to weave their own things and mine for coal. The prefectures above the capital actually have work to do and encourage them to go there. Li Yi also mentioned the job opportunities in the surrounding areas. The tourism industry was not doing well, and the financial industry was still not doing well. The tertiary industry was only budding. Princess Yongmu did not know how to plan the whole thing. She had never learned it since she was young. She only felt that it was very troublesome. It was more tiring than teaching children. There were many things to think about. With Li Lang here, everything will be fine. Princess Yongmu chose the simplest answer and pushed the responsibility to Li Yi. Now that the canals and roads are connected, the imperial government will be able to obtain more raw materials, including textiles, embroidery, fruit processing, and aquatic products. Li Yi talked to Princess Yongmu about the labor-intensive, deep processing industry. Skilled workers worked quickly, and the labor cost was low. The workers were paid more by the number of pieces they worked on, and the processed goods were transported to other places where they could be stored easily. At the same time, due to the low cost of production, the transportation fee was added in, ensuring that the price would not be too high. There were 1,000 people working together, and the division of labor was more efficient than working alone. Princess Yongmu listened with a smile and carefully noted it down. When they arrived at the snack shop in the south of the city, the carriage stopped and the children were allowed to get off to drink cold drinks. The cold drinks here were made from the hot spring water behind the drunken immortal house. It was not as good as Li Yi's carbonated drinks, but it was different from drinking other water. It was transported by ship and it was always sealed. There was a tap and a wooden bucket was directly placed in the ice water. When it was time to make cold drinks, other things were mixed and the tap was turned on. The water was poured down and it was soda. In fact, if Li Yi was willing, it was not a problem to use glass bottles to store soda. A rubber pad was added to the bottle cap, and a sealing machine was made to seal it. The soda could not be taken away unless there was a large enough deposit. He drank it like this when he was a child. When he grew up, he could only drink it in restaurants. Otherwise, he could only throw the bottle away. Everyone began to use plastic bottles. Now it was shaved ice, real shaved ice, and it was shaved with a plane. The price was not expensive because Li Qingqi got a lot of saltpeter and then used well water to make ice and sell it. Especially in summer, the temperature was high, saltpeter was used repeatedly, and the temperature of the well water was low, so the cost was not high. A bowl of soda with juice and ice was 2 coins. Ice with juice was 1 coin, and well water with juice was 3 coins. The people of the capital government liked to divide the money, and many things could be quantified. For example, if you want to buy some tsung for a meal, you can throw 3 coins and take a few tsung or a small handful for a dime. Li Yi looked at the people outside who were buying and selling things with dimes in the car with a distressed expression. The printing cost was higher than the face value, but the key was that he could not collect taxes when circulating. Only with taxes could he make up for the cost of currency production. Otherwise, he would be contributing to the Tang dynasty. The children drank a bowl of soda each, happily got on the carriage, and continued to rush home. When they arrived outside the village, the children in the village widened their eyes and did not recognize them. The original things in the village had all disappeared, and the path could not be found at all. It was a wide open road made of cement, and the trees on the side of the road were gone. There were many pits on the side of the road. It looked like they had been watered, and there were willow branches in them. It was believed that in 2 years they would become willow trees. After 2 years, they could cut the wood to make furniture. After another 5 or 6 years, they could build houses as the main beam. There was a pavilion on the main road of the village, and there were tables and stools made of cement mixed with other things. There were 2 canals on the left and right of the main road. There was running water in the canals, but it was very shallow. The houses were still being built, and the layout had completely changed. Now they could not find their own house. My family has 2 cows, and the house with 2 cows is my house. Chin thought of a clever idea. A few days ago, when people were drawing prizes, there were people under the table. When Chin's family members drew the prize, they changed the paper and showed that there were 2 cows. Other families had a cow, 5 pigs, a mule, or a donkey, but they did not have horses. Horses were good at work, but they were not as good at plowing as cows. They were not as good at pulling carts as mules, but they were better than donkeys. However, donkeys were easy to raise, but horses were difficult to raise. The forage of horses was better than other livestock, and they had to eat more in the middle of the night, otherwise they would lose weight. Therefore, there was no arrangement for them. For Chin, the money earned from the Japanese Empire helped improve the quality of life of the entire village. Chin had long forgotten about the man from the Japanese Empire. She was the first to get off the car, and her head swayed back and forth in curiosity. Sister Wintian, your house is also gone. Chin found that there was a building in the original courtyard. The building was not finished yet, and it was currently on the 3rd floor. That is a 5-story building. Li Lang changed the glass formula. There will be big glass, and it will be more solid. When the time comes, everyone will study there. Princess Yongmu pointed at the construction site and said, she did not know the formula and the details. This was not her home. Her home was in Xingqing Palace and Li family Zhuangzi. This place would become a villa in the future. Chapter 1142. The children ran around the construction site, trying to find memories through the furniture they knew. Unfortunately, the furniture was gone and replaced with new ones. The wood was taller. The villagers not only wanted to help Chin, but they also wanted to bid farewell to their bitter days. The only memorable things were jewelry, old wooden combs, and sewing boards that had been passed down from generation to generation. They didn't want furniture. Old clothes and shoes were thrown to Yimeng. Yimeng would choose and see if they could be made into other things such as insoles and soles. The stone mill in the village was taken away and replaced with a new one. The original stone mill was afraid Chin would bring back memories. In the future, the village will be a model for people with some property in other places to see and learn. Li Yi stood next to a villa and looked at the workers working as he spoke to Princess Yongmu. The style of the new house was different from the previous one. There was a platform on the 1st floor, and the platform was on the 2nd floor. This way, they could dry things on the platform without worrying that people would fall from the 2nd floor to the bottom. When the 3rd floor was built, there would be a platform. There would be slides made of cement and wood on both sides of the 3rd and 2nd floor, and the cement would be polished. When there was a fire, they could find any position and run down without touching anything. The children could also play normally. They were forbidden to go up from the bottom to avoid falling and knocking their teeth out. Li family Zhuangzi's slide was much higher than this. There were also circular slides, but they were made of iron sheets. Cement will be used in large quantities. Princess Yongmu knew that the new house used a large amount of cement. There were also prefabricated boards made of iron wire inside, which was different from the previous way of building houses. This way, it was faster and looked sturdy. Empty houses couldn't be lit anyway. Inside were cement, stones, iron wire, and gypsum. The gypsum was used as putty. Li Yi said that talc powder wasn't needed, otherwise it would be mixed with glue. It was fine if the gypsum was a bit thick. If it was damp, it could be scraped again in a few years. She found that cement was indeed useful. As long as enough was burned, it was possible for the people to build their own houses. Thinking of the people building houses, she asked Li Lang, how much does it cost for the people to build a 1-story house? How big is the area? Actually, there is a way. Pay in installments. The people want to build new houses and can't take out the money at the moment. We can borrow money from them, just like buying clothes. Li Yi thought of an idea. Commoners had a special emotional attachment to their houses. This was especially true for the Chinese people. With a house of their own, their hearts were at ease. Building a house had always been a big deal, but most people couldn't afford it. If anyone built a new house, their neighbors would be envious. Princess Yongmu felt that it made sense. Then the money will be less? The Li family Zhuangzi doesn't earn money, but they help the common people. The Li family Zhuangzi only earns money when it comes to buying clothes and such. It's just that the repayment period is a little longer. It's considered a low-interest loan. Look at building a house. The commoners have to find manpower and buy materials themselves. Building a house with 3 rooms costs 10 CUN, and they don't have 10 CUN of savings. Li began to explain how to build a house and lend money. Zhou Yi would build a house for Shi Yi and allow the other party to pay it off in a few years. The cost of his materials was low, but what about the cost of labor? If he found people from the workers' union, they would have work to do every day, and their work would be stable so he could ask for less money. The more experience one had in building a house, the faster it would be. The overall cost of a house was around 7 to 8 CUN. If they sold it for 9 CUN, they would earn 1 CUN. If the cost was 8 CUN, and they paid back 9 CUN in 5 years, it was equivalent to an annual interest rate of 2.5%. As for 7 CUN, it was 7%. The key was that the cost of the materials included the profit of the manufacturing materials. The more commoners built a house, the more income the cement factory and iron wire factory would earn. The people from the workers' union worked quickly. They calculated the money based on the house as a whole, not based on the number of days. They would find ways to speed up and improve their skills. All 3 sides would benefit, and the commoners would be the most important. The commoners living in a new house were much more energetic than those living in a dilapidated house. They ate well and slept well. If they saved up 10 CUN for 6 years to build a house, they would have to wait 6 years. Now, they only needed 9 CUN to move in early and pay back in 5 years, which was more cost-effective. How many 5 years were there in a person's life? If they moved in first, they would have motivation to work. Princess Yongmu blinked. That's a good idea. What about raising livestock? No, it's too risky. The family has a lot of money. Not counting the hares. What if they die? It's better to rent them. Li Yi waved his hand. He didn't want the commoners to spend money in advance. If they could rent, then rent. If they died in their hands, the whole family would be poor. If they rented livestock from the Li family Zhuangzi, they would immediately tell the Li family Zhuangzi if they were sick or injured, and they would bring the livestock over. If they died of exhaustion or starvation, Li Yi would be able to find out. Anyway, no matter how they died, Li Yi could find out if he wanted to. It's almost noon. Do you want to cook? Princess Yongmu looked at the position of the sun. How many meals do their parents eat a day? Li Yi wanted to find the children's parents to eat together. He hadn't seen them for a few days. The children were preparing to show their knowledge to their relatives, to be praised. 3 meals, Guazi answered while holding an assault rifle. He came back. There was an expert who specialized in raising eagles. He knew his request and assured him that they would be raised well. Shouldn't you be using a sniper rifle? Li Yi saw Guazi carrying a sniper rifle and a bow and felt very awkward. I don't need a sniper rifle. The assault rifle has enough shooting range. I don't need to aim within 100 feet, Guazi said frankly. Li Yi didn't want to talk about this with him. There was no problem with the assault rifle having an effective shooting range of 300 meters. The key was to aim. The heavy machine gun was sent back. You can practice with it first, then leave it in the car when you go out. Or you can carry it yourself and hold it in your hand when you fight. Li Yi thought about the heavy machine gun that was sent back. He still saved more than 600 bullets. There were 1,000 bullets in a box, and he had shot 366 bullets. He believed that Guazi could easily shoot at an effective range of 2,000 meters. With a scope, he could shoot wherever he wanted within 2,000 meters. It was better than sniping. Okay, I heard Dongzhu mention it before, but I haven't seen it before. Guozi agreed. He liked weapons. The more powerful they were, the more he liked them. Let's go and see where the villagers are working. Let's go to the fields and eat together. Li Yi took the assault rifle from Guozi and hung it around his neck. Guozi shrugged his shoulders. The sniper rifle seemed to be pushed by someone behind him. It drew an arc in front of him. I'll provide you with fuel. You can practice with the aircraft. It's best if you take off and land on a boat in the middle of the water. I'm afraid that you'll fall to your death. I learned from the water first. Li Yi decided to further cultivate a killing weapon. If Guozi carried a heavy machine gun and stepped on the aircraft, there were no enemy command units within a few dozen miles. Princess Yongmu thought of the matter of flying and said with a smile, "Why don't you ask Officer Guo to go to Tubo and talk to Zan Pu to stop fighting in the Yellow River area? I think it's okay. I guarantee that it will be clear once we talk. After all, everyone is a civilized person." Li wanted to laugh. Killing the leader of Tubo by force was not suitable. Deterrence was the real way to open the door. Chapter 1143. Li Yi won't be back at noon. Wu Jiu had just finished feeding the baby. She looked at the sky and was worried. She finally understood why Empress Wang simply stayed in Li family Zhuangzi after having a child and rarely returned to the palace. When Li Yi was not in the manor, he always felt that things were not stable. Should she check the baby today? See if he's sick. He didn't seem to eat as much when she was feeding him just now. Did he have a bad appetite? Tao Hong No. 2 said, "Nyang Nyang, don't worry. We'll be able to find Dongzhu soon." Dongzhu brought a flying device. Tao Hong and the others from all 4 classes came and needed their help. They were very willing. How could it be easier in the palace than in Zhuangzi? Especially the palace maids. They could open their makeup boxes in Zhuangzi, but they didn't dare to do so in the palace. The 32 people were the most familiar with Li family Zhuangzi. They were used to where things were placed and how to use them. What do I eat? Wu Jiu didn't want to lose her temper with Tao Hong. Carp pot, sliced liver, shrimp with vegetables, scrambled eggs with garlic, steamed eggplant with minced pork, and assorted fried rice. Tao Hong No. 2 blurted out, "Why don't you transfer to my side?" Wu Jiu was useful in Li family Zhuangzi's palace maids and eunuchs. "Nyang Nyang, please spare my life." Tao Hong No. 2 quickly bowed. She didn't want to be transferred. She directly said that if you transfer me, you're asking for my life. "I see that you're smart. Help me teach the others." Wu Jiu didn't force her. She couldn't control her at all. She came to help out of friendship and wasn't restricted by her. She wanted to find a reason to kill her, but it was impossible. "Thank you, Nyang Nyang." Tao Hong No. 2 bowed again. "Just hearing it makes me hungry. Bring it over." Wu Jiu was willing to eat anything now as long as it was beneficial to her son. Moreover, she was indeed hungry. Li family Zhuangzi had a separate menu for those who nursed their children. Tao Hong went to push the dining cart. Wu Jiu looked at Chui Lu. "Do you think Bao Er's face is yellow?" "Replying to your highness, it's not yellow. It's a matter of light blocking the curtains. If you don't have jaundice, why don't you change to white curtains?" Tsuelio No. 2 knew what Wu Ji was asking. She glanced at the curtain. It was golden yellow with 4 layers. There was even a gauze behind it to block the sunlight. She was afraid that the baby would be uncomfortable under the strong light. It was almost noon, and the light came in. Everything looked yellow. Yes, Wu Ji readily agreed. Not long after, Tao Hong No. 2 came in without a cart. The dining car was pushed by Empress Wang, and the little fellow was helping to push it. Li Longji was protecting his son. "Let's eat together. Let's move to another room. It's hot." Li Longji went over to push the stroller. Everyone moved to another room. It was cool here. The little boy went over to check on Bao. Don't worry, little brother. You'll be able to open your eyes in a few days. I'll do as mother says. After that, he returned to his seat and looked at Li Longji. Li Longji moved his chopsticks and ate the mutton with scallions. Only then did the little fellow ask someone to help put the mutton that was grilled by hand onto the big plate in front of him. He wanted to eat rice with water, which was a mixture of sorghum and rice. Generally, people who ate rice with water would not eat greasy food. He was fine, but he needed to eat meat. He grabbed the mutton chop with his small hands and put it in front of his mouth. He chewed until his mouth was greasy. After eating one, he put down the bone and wiped it with a napkin. Then he used his chopsticks to pick up other dishes. Wu Jiu looked at the little fellow while eating. Then she looked at her son. It was hard to compare. Her baby was too young. However, when she thought of the children of the royal family in the past, she realized that none of them could compare to the current Bao. He knew how to use chopsticks, spoon, and hands. He even knew how to wipe his hands and mouth. When he encountered something he wanted to eat but couldn't reach, he would ask someone to help him put it on the plate. The person who took care of him only needed to be responsible for putting food on the plate. There was no need to care about anything else. Was the Li family Zhuangzi so magical? It was too worry-free. Bao, or do you want to drink this fish soup? Wu Jiu couldn't help but ask the little fellow. The little fellow hurriedly chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth. He looked at the carp pot and shook his head vigorously. Give it to Auntie and feed it to Bao. I'll give you a cup. Wu Jiu personally scooped a cup of fish soup. The little fellow looked at his father and mother. When he saw them nodding, he smiled. Thank you, Auntie. As he spoke, he couldn't help but drool. Obviously, he wanted to taste it. When the soup cup was brought over, the little fellow scooped a little with a spoon and licked it with his tongue. After licking it, he began to blow on it. It was hot. When the others looked at the little fellow, they all wanted to hug and kiss him. He was too cute and too smart. Empress Wang was full of pride at the side. She didn't help because her son didn't need anyone else. Your Majesty, sister, Bao, should also be raised by the Li family Zhuangzi. At this moment, Wu Jiu wanted to turn the little fellow into her own son. Of course, Empress Wang immediately agreed. She would raise him. Uncle would teach him normally. He wouldn't harm the child. However, no matter how he taught him, there would only be one crown prince, and that was her son, Bao. Of course, Li Longji followed. Guangzhou, city shipping department. The sun was also high in the sky. The local area was much hotter than Chang, and take a thermometer over. It was 45 degrees Celsius on the surface. The local people chose to eat live aquatic products because the temperature was high in summer. Dead fish could kill people. There were still relatively few varieties of food in Guangzhou. The local rich people would prepare frying pots when the newspapers were sent over. Zhang Juling wanted to eat water with shrimp sauce. Ordinary people couldn't eat this way. He traveled to Guangzhou. At the same time, there were also cooked seafood. As long as the water was clean, there wouldn't be any problems. Zhang Juling was from this area. He used green onions, eggs, and black bean sauce to make scrambled eggs. He ate it as noodles. As soon as he finished, 2 pigeons flew back. He quickly ran out. When the pigeons saw him, they cooed. He fed them food and water first. When the pigeons ate, he took off the thin bamboo tube. For this kind of long-distance flying pigeons, they would find food on the way and then fly again. Usually they would just eat one meal. The value of good military pigeons was unbelievable, especially in the grassland environment. After the pigeons were released, they didn't fly into the sky. Instead, they landed, observed the surroundings, and flew close to the ground. They knew how to use the grass to hide. They had endurance and short burst of power to deal with natural enemies. The 2 pigeons brought back the same letter. Li Yi gave 500,000 yuan worth of goods and new pigeons. He also said that the source of the Yellow River was occupied. The Tang dynasty was stable and had enough money. Then I'm relieved. Zhang Jiling was still thinking about the war over there. He hoped that the Tang dynasty would win and fewer people would die. Mr. Zhang, did Li Dongzhu send people to deal with the officials? Tan Shui thought the pigeons released had flown back. In her mind, the birds that could fly would fly to the destination in a short time. Then they would take the letter and fly back immediately. She regarded the birds as people and knew how to fly back and forth. Last time, Li Yi sent 500,000 yuan worth of toilet water. He also said how to collect tax. Trade exchange is equivalent to 30% tax. Zhang Jiling told the actual situation to two people, Tan Shui and Wei Yefeng. Chapter 1144. It's not the pigeons this time. How long does it take for the pigeons to fly there? Tan Shui asked. About a day, sometimes 2 days. It's better in the summer. The pigeons' natural enemies can eat their fill at any time. When the pigeons are tired, they can also eat at any time. Zhang Jiling briefly introduced the pigeons. The two of them did not understand him. Can it be sold for 500,000 coins? Wei Yefeng was talking about the amount of money. He could imagine the pain the local officials felt. The sea trade was too profitable. If he were an official in the remote Guangzhou, he would be anxious as well when he saw that he could not obtain so many benefits. Li Yi's way of doing things is extraordinary, Zhang Jiling said as he placed 2 exchange vouchers on the table. 100 coins? 2 vouchers are 200 coins? Is this money for rearing the pigeons? Tan Shui could not figure it out. She had never seen such a large exchange voucher before. It's for me. If something happens to one of the pigeons, I'll get another 100 coins. Zhang Jiling gently stroked the exchange voucher, trying to flatten it. Tan Shui continued to stare at it. Li Dongzhu gave you the money to repair the road, Eunuch Zhang. Wei Yefeng said from the side, It's to tell Eunuch Zhang not to be greedy. The 200 coins are for Eunuch Zhang's expenses. That's 200,000 coins. Huh, is that so? Eunuch Zhang, are you going to use the money to repair the road? Tan Shui instantly understood. No, I'm giving it to my family. The money for repairing the road will be taken from the taxes. Zhang Jiling put the money away. 200 coins was not a small amount. It could be used to buy new clothes for his family and jewelry for his wife. It was cheap to buy gold and silver here. There were even tortoiseshell shells. Tortoiseshell shells were medicinal herbs and jewelry. Tan Shui looked at the exchange voucher that was put away. It's just a piece of paper, but it's worth 100,000 coins. Paper is too valuable. Wei Yefeng disagreed. Paper is valuable? If you bring this paper to the Li family Zhuangzi, you can exchange it for anything you want. The valuable one is Li Dongzhu. That's what I meant. Li Dongzhu's words are worth hundreds of thousands of coins. At least my family will support you, Tan Shui said with a pout. Tan Shui, is your family's word worthless? Zhang Jiling did not believe that Lu Zhou's Tan family stronghold was weak. When the Tang dynasty was facing the Tubo and the Tujue, how many soldiers could a Jadushi have? Without considering other factors, the Tan family stronghold could directly mobilize 30,000 soldiers. Lu Zhou's soldiers were 30,000 strong. The Tang dynasty would have to deploy 3 times the number of soldiers to suppress them. Fortunately, the Tan family had always wanted to live peacefully. As long as the local officials were not stupid, the villagers would not betray them. Of course, that person would be an idiot. Not only would he not be able to cheat some tribute, but he would also obstruct the imperial court's plan to benefit the people. Fortunately, the Tan family had gone to Chang and to talk about the road construction. Otherwise, Lu Zhou would have been taken over by the Tan family if they found out about it from others. Just like Tubo and the Turks, especially the Turks, it was the local officials of the Tang dynasty who first deceived them. Then, they couldn't take it anymore, and demanded an explanation from the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. But the imperial court didn't give them an answer, so they charged over. It was the same for the villagers on the Tan family side. If the imperial court didn't give them an answer, they would attack the imperial court. The villagers were not attacking the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. They were attacking the officials. The imperial court was embarrassed and sent troops to suppress them. It was the officials who asked them to stabilize the place, not to play tricks in the process. Eunuch Zhang, do you really need to learn from Li Dongzhu? After Li Dongzhu learned about the situation, he didn't even apologize. He directly gave us benefits and made it up to us. However, what's infuriating is that he even warned us not to act on our own. Otherwise, he'll teach us a lesson. Humph. Tan Shui continued to pout with an unhappy expression on his face. Then why did you let him go? Why didn't you attack Lu Zhou? Wei Yefeng was curious. Li Dongzhu gave us the location of the coal mine and the other mines. We wanted to live a good life, but Li Dongzhu guaranteed that he wouldn't be able to live a good life. When Tan Shui spoke about this, he seemed happy again. The stronghold had gained a lot. The humiliation we've suffered will be returned 1,000 times over. The county magistrate, Yan Jia, summoned his men for a meeting. He was terrified, and yet he had spoken such cowardly words to beg for his life. When he returned, he hurriedly made arrangements. 1,000 men armed themselves with bows and crossbows defended the stronghold in the name of the Yamen. He did not want to be captured by the winged knights again. It was too humiliating. All right, the others understood that he was afraid. As expected of His Majesty's private army, the winged knights were capable of capturing people without making a sound. That's right. Let's see what they'll do if we don't repair the road. A young man from the Yen family shouted. More young men joined in the shouting. They wanted to protest and have the final say. Even the imperial court could not control them. Bang, bang, bang. Yan Jia slammed the table. When it was quiet again, he covered his mouth with his hand and yawned. Repair the road. Everyone else is repairing it. If we don't, how are we going to earn money? What about the money for the road? Another young man asked. The Yen family will pay. Tell the others that the Yen family is the one who spent the money. The local government doesn't care. Only the Yen family cares about the people. Yen Bang announced loudly that he was the cause of the incident. He was used to being domineering. He believed that everyone else was wrong and he was right. There was no need to reason. He was the reason. You guys earned so much money. Can't you share some with me? You expect me to repair the road for you. You want to keep it all to yourselves? Don't mention the imperial court to me. The Yen family collected rent and gave tribute to the imperial court. What did the imperial court give us? Seeing that there was money to be made, I helped the imperial court repair the road and earned more money. Why are you still capturing me? You want to burn me to death? Thinking of this, he was angry. He had no choice but to repair the road. He was afraid of the winged knights. Yen Bang trembled as he recalled the incident. When the winged knights came to capture him, he had a good physique. He wanted to resist. As a result, when the feathered forest-flying cavalry's hand grabbed his wrist, he couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. The winged knight's hand was on his neck. He felt that his body was not his anymore. His head was buzzing. Why was he so strong? If he did it again, the men they had arranged would not be able to stop him. Yes, only the Yen family will pay. We will pay, but the others have to work. They have to bring their own tools and food. The elders of the Yen family changed the way to reduce the burden. They did not pay and let others repair the road. There were many people in the county. They paid a little, but in reality it was the others who paid. The beanworms are not big enough. Continue to raise them. One worm is equivalent to an egg. There is no need to worry about the soybean yield. I heard that you guys feed them cowpea leaves. This is better. Cowpea is a vegetable. It is not a big deal to reduce the yield. Other vegetables can be used to supplement the yield. There are also small beans and mung beans. Plucking a little will not affect their yield. The yield is not much to begin with. At noon, Li found the parents of the children in the village. They were all busy in the fields. The crops could not be ignored after they were planted. Otherwise, the yield would not increase. It depended on whether they needed to be watered, fertilized, and dewormed. Everyone rested and ate beside a bean field that was growing well. Li Yi's team brought ready-made mutton soup. Then, everyone ate whole wheat pancakes. If they wanted to drink soup, they could eat whole wheat pancakes. Li Yi held a bean worm in his hand. It was a little small. The best time would be in half a month. Then, in autumn, when the frost came, the bean worms would burrow into the soil. Those who wanted to sell the bean worms could sell them. Those who did not want to sell the bean worms could bury them at home. They could be eaten any time in the winter. They were still alive when dug out. They were easier to preserve than cabbage. Chapter 1145. The people in the village were planting vegetables. They were preparing to store cabbages for the winter. There were also radishes for the winter. They could be harvested in 2 months, and the weather would be very cold. The unplanted green onions, cabbages, radishes, and carrots were vegetables for the winter. If there were potatoes, it would be even better. They could be used as vegetables and rice. There was another piece of land that was prepared to be used for planting greenhouses. After that, they would turn in the compost and use it for planting greenhouses. In fact, it was also possible to plant eggplants in advance. That would consume too much fertilizer and was not suitable for greenhouses. Li Yi's onion seeds would start to grow in a few days. They would then be planted to survive the winter. They would be harvested in the spring and summer of the following year. The commoners read the newspapers and learned. The newspapers taught them. Sometimes the commoners could not remember the days and did not have a calendar. They did not know what to plant. The officials needed to take care of it. For example, they would use mud, branches, and bamboo to make good cows. On the beginning of spring, the officials would use whips to whip them. The commoners watched the commotion and knew that today was the beginning of spring. It was time to plant. Some of the elders in the family had passed away. Their children did not understand the weather and asked the elders in the village. In the north, they also needed to see if there would be a late spring cold. If there was, the elders could judge based on experience. They told everyone not to plant in a hurry. They would lose a batch of seeds or seedlings. Li Yi wrote about it in the newspapers. As the relay station was built, the contents of the newspapers were quickly transmitted. The newspapers wrote about the situation in the north, northwest, southwest, southeast, and central regions. The newspapers also printed calendars. Special days were written in red. Other places were not good. The mimeographed ones could only make the words bigger and thicker. The commoners bought the newspapers and pasted them on the wall. They found a charcoal strip and tied it to the side. When the day came, they would mark it on the corresponding grid. It did not matter if they were illiterate. When they saw big words, they would quickly ask others. If the words were big, what should they do? The commoners of the capital office were better. At least they learned how to read and could write simple words. Dong Zhu, do you think it will be dry today? A villager came over to eat and asked Li. Today they were eating burritos. There were fried, shredded eggplants and cowpeas. There was also sauce. They were rolled up and held with a piece of paper. The commoners only brought a ceramic bowl. They were prepared to use a big pot to cook soup with black bread. When Li Yi's team arrived, they didn't eat the black bread anymore. Instead, they ate the rolls with soup. Li Yi. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In the end, he could not tell if there would be a drought in the coming days. The only thing he was sure of was that he would not be able to find a large number of locusts. No, even if it rains less, we still have a water net. Li Yi took a gamble. If there was a drought, then so be it. The sky was dry, but the earth was not dry. Dong Zhu, we've thought about it. We'll change the stone tablet for you. What kind of stone do you like? Another villager came forward. The stone is a tablet. I'm not dead yet. Li Yi glared at him. I heard others say that a monument should be erected. The other party shrank his neck and mumbled. What he erected was a memorial tablet of love. He didn't place it at home to offer incense. Instead, he placed it outside to write merit. No, Li Yi explained. It's fine now. Princess Yongmu held back her laughter as she spoke. All right, let's follow the original plan. Who came up with the bad idea? The man who shrunk his neck muttered again and turned around to eat in the distance. You said it. The person who spoke earlier followed. It wasn't me. The other party sped up and walked away without looking back. After the meal, Li Yi was not in a hurry to go back. He brought the children to help the villagers. The furrows were raised. Small holes were dug one after another above the furrows. They put the cabbage seeds in them and buried them with soil. Actually, they could use the VOD device that Li Yi took out. However, the requirements for growing cabbage were not that high. It was more strenuous to bring a VOD device with them. Everyone worked. The children were responsible for counting the cabbage seeds and putting them in the small holes. The older children helped to step on the seeds with their feet. Princess Yongmu brought the maids to boil water for everyone on the shore. The weather was even hotter in the afternoon. After playing for more than 2 hours, the children were tired. Usually they should be sleeping at this time. Before Princess Yongmu moved in, they had to work with the adults. There was no such thing as taking a nap. When do we water the cabbage? On the way back, Princess Yongmu was thinking about the cabbage. If we don't water it, we'll just leave the furrows. We'll open the water net and pour it in. When it grows longer, we'll thin out the seedlings. After that, we'll look at the weather. If it doesn't rain, we'll continue to draw water. Where there's no water net, we can only carry water in. It's tiring to use a ladle to water the cabbage. It's impossible to have so many bamboos extending into the ground. Otherwise, we can just pour water from one end. Li Yi shook his head while speaking. The current yield of cabbage was still low. It was not the kind of cabbage that weighed more than 5 kilograms. Princess Yongmu thought for a moment. If they don't sell the cabbage and store it in a big enough cellar, the price will be several times higher. It will be more than 10 times higher. In fact, it's impossible. The people can't afford it. If they don't eat it, the people who grow cabbage will join forces and wait for the cabbage to rot. Store vegetables. Li Yi talked about the matter of storing cabbage in large quantities. It was not easy to flip the cabbage and cut down the gangs. Instead of wasting so much effort, it was better to sell a large batch as soon as possible and then plant it in a greenhouse. It won't sell for much. Princess Yongmu's heart was biased towards the farmers. Li smiled. If it's sold at a high price, what will others do? The people in the north are counting on the last batch of green onions, cabbage, and radishes to survive the winter. After 2 years, the onions will be planted. There will be one more vegetable that can be stored well in winter. After this year, the fleet will set off at the beginning of spring and bring back other seeds. In a few years, the Tang dynasty will be able to plant them all. You have to restrict it. Don't let Tubo and Turkic people take it. Don't give it to Bohai either. Also, the Japanese Empire, Shinlua, and barbarian merchants. Princess Yongmu began to be petty. Before the ship set off, she began to think about the future. She felt that the things that Li Yi sent people to bring back would not be easily spread to other places. It can't be prevented. Just treat it as me letting the people in Asia enjoy in advance. It can also be spread to Europe. Li Yi shook his head slightly. How could he prevent it? The Tang dynasty's territory was large and the coastline was long. They could send things out from anywhere. It was even more impossible to stop it on land. How could they build walls to surround themselves? Then they would patrol. Those who wanted to climb over the wall would not be allowed. Those who wanted to throw things out of the wall would also be caught. People from other places would not stop them. Cucumbers, watermelons, and peppers were all brought back from other places. After a trip to the western regions and an exchange, they would bring back a lot of seeds. Then there would be seeds in the country. Princess Yongmu sighed softly. The good things have been taken away by others. There's no hurry to go back. The children were tired just now. Now that they are tired, let's go to the amusement park in the south of the city to play. I have been contributing. Li Yi actually wanted to take Princess Yongmu to play. There was an amusement park in the south of the city. Merry-go-rounds, slides, seesaws, children's mazes, piles of fine sand, toys for playing house, and so on. The children who went to school came over with the teacher's evaluation. As long as they were excellent, they would be free. If they were not excellent, they could play with them for 1 yuan. As for the other children who did not go to school, they would look at their height. If they were above a certain height, they could play with them for 2 yuan. If they were below a certain height, they could play with them for free. If it were not for the fear of affecting other merry-go-rounds, Li Yi would not take any money. Chapter 1146. Ha 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 ha. In the amusement park, Princess Yongmu sat on the swing, and Li Yi helped to push it. The children looked for things to play with and were not sleepy. Guizi stood at the side with a wooden face. He was not old, but he did not like to play with such low-difficulty toys. Winged knights had single and parallel bars, balance beams, rope ladders, rings, and other toys. They moved like gymnasts, mainly to train the body's balance and coordination. Li Yi naturally played with them, so he did not play on the swing. Princess Yongmu played for a while and went to look after the children. Li Yi and Guizi followed beside her. Guizi kept his sniper rifle behind his back and put his hand on the bag of throwing knives at his waist. He did not even touch the pistol. There were many children around, so throwing knives was more obedient. There were not only children in the amusement park, but also young men and women. There was a water wheel at the side of the canal. There was a cylinder on the water wheel, and when it spun, it poured water into a big bucket. For big buckets were responsible for a water slide, and below was a swimming pool. Young men and women played here, wearing the bought swimsuits. 1 hour was 10 yuan, and the swimsuits were counted separately. They earned money from the adults to subsidize the children. Children with good grades did not come to play much. They were all sensible. In addition to studying, they also helped their families with work. Children with good family conditions and good grades were not willing to come here to play. They continued to learn other skills at home. The children were playing happily, and Songda came over in a carriage. Dongzhu, the pigeons sent by Zhang Juling have arrived. This is one of the bamboo tubes. Songda stood beside Li Yi and handed him the bamboo tube. Li Yi took out the letter and frowned. Li Lang, something happened to the Guangzhou Department of Shipping. Princess Yongmu turned to Li Yi. Why are people so bored now? The local officials want to cause trouble. They are greedy for money. Li Yi handed the letter over. Princess Yongmu took it and read it. Li Lang, how do you reply? I'll write it for you. Princess Yongmu looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan put down her backpack and unfolded the folded board. She held it with both hands and used it as a table. Someone, go back and prepare 1,000 winged knights. Each person will ride 3. Go and help. Bring guns and coupons. Li Yi looked at the featherwood flying cavalry that followed him and ordered. The 2 of them ran off to make arrangements. They needed to make preparations over there, so it was a waste of time. We should clean up the local clans and use the mountain people. This way, the mountain people can be registered. The benefits were given to the other commoners and mountain people, not to the local clans and officials. If you don't like it, just fight. Fighting the Aboriginals is tiring, but if you fight the local clans, you can ask the Aboriginals for help and earn money together. Li Yi said as he looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu was already prepared and could write at any time. Li Yi nodded and frowned. After thinking for several breaths of time, he wrote, Gold and jewels, people's hearts fall. 10,000 waves surge. What is wrong with that? Since the beginning of time, it has never been strange for the clan to be in danger. Harm, harm, harm. The sky is vast, the mountains are many, the fog is low, the clouds gather together for joy. the border village, led by the Tang dynasty, the common people together 1,000 years. Love, love, love. Princess Yongmu's eyes were bright as she wrote. Li Lang, I've finished writing. Princess Yongmu put down the pen and looked at her own writing. It was okay. Write another one, 2 pigeons. Zhang Jiling has also changed. What a righteous person. He doesn't do human things and doesn't even write properly. Li Yi asked her to write another letter and muttered. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and smiled. She was very willing to see the minister and Li Yi communicate with each other like this. They were both writing letters, and it was more comfortable to read. Songde took the 2 letters and returned to Zhuangzi. At this moment in Zhuangzi, Li Longji was talking about Zhang Jiling. It seems that the situation is not urgent. He is very relaxed. They didn't believe that Uncle copied other people's things and insisted on seeing it. Now they killed and buried it. Empress Wang joked. She knew Li Yi's character. He would write whatever you wrote for him. If you played with me, I would talk about the rules with you. If you played with me, I would talk about the law with you. They followed the same rules. If you crossed the line, I would cross more. Wu Jiu held the baby and fed it. She listened to the palace, read Zhang Jiling's letter, and said, I don't know if that side can be defended. There are 300 winged knights. Won't it be easy for the winged knights to kill people? They don't need to fight with the enemy in formation. They can just sneak attack. Empress Wang was not worried about Zhang Jiling's safety at all. Instead, she was afraid that the mountain people would not be able to resist robbing them when they saw so much money. Your Majesty, the mountain people are difficult to control. I remember that there were people from the Tan family who came last time. If they don't pay the rent and cause trouble, how can we deal with them? How can we deal with them? Empress Wang expressed her worries. There were many mountains and seas in the area. The mountain people knew how to swim and were good swimmers. When they gathered, they were the army. When they dispersed, they were the people. There was no good way for the imperial court to send troops over. Wait for Li Yi to come back and ask Li Yi. Wu Ji was not worried at all. She had given the wrong information about the war last time. Look, we can't even see a direct memorial. It has to be sent from the Li family Zhuangzi. In the political affairs hall, Song Jing read a copy of the letter. Bai Gu was not in the mood to talk about other things. He was worried. It wasn't easy to make more money, but the local officials still want to interfere. Juling has to be stable. Li Yi will take care of it. The pigeons are raised by the Li family Zhuangzi. The letter is for Li Yi to read. Tubo's matter is not over yet, and there's trouble in the south. Su'er really wanted to send troops over and kill all the officials in Guangzhou. Who asked you to cause trouble? Song Jing snorted. We shouldn't collect taxes. The barbarians are loyal to the Tang Empire. Why should we collect such heavy taxes? If we don't collect taxes, how can the Ministry of Revenue support the officials? Bai Gu was unhappy. They collected taxes from their own people, but not outsiders. Why should they take their own people's money and curry favor with the barbarians? Could it be that the barbarians were here to do good and not to make money? If we don't collect taxes, the goods will still be exchanged to the Tang dynasty. What loss does the Tang dynasty have? The goods exchanged by the Tang dynasty are not worth much. Porcelain, silk, etc. You can't buy such good goods in the Tang dynasty. Song Jing said from another perspective. He felt that the Tang dynasty had already made a profit by exchanging goods with the barbarians. Why should they cause more trouble? If the barbarians went back and spread the news that the Tang dynasty only cared about money and did not act like a big country, how would other people view the Tang dynasty? He did not know that his thoughts were the same as Li Yi's. A big country, but Li Yi did not. Li Yi's view of a big country was, those who offend the great Han dynasty must be punished. A big country was not a big country. It was a definition given by others. Others would not say that the Tang dynasty was a big country just because the Tang dynasty took the initiative to please them. Let's think of a way first. The taxes have already been collected. Even if we stop, will the local officials give up? Sue tried to smooth things over. Can quarreling solve the problem? I'm not worried about the letter to Li. Song Jing said and went back to his office. I don't care. Bai Gu also left. Sue drank his tea slowly. Then what were you doing just now?